thinking about other men now.
Hello and welcome to the show. Thank you ever so much for coming along and joining us. We're going to be with you from 8:30 through to 11:30. We are talking to all sorts of different people who are going to introduce their favourite Christmas songs. We're going to chat, muck about, be silly, and occasionally relevant. Occasionally, if you have any cash. Not lying around, but in a form that is depositable. We are urging people to make donations to the Samaritans and to the Trussell Trust, which will, especially this time of year on Christmas Eve, it would be great if you could do that. Sorry, I knocked. What I'm actually doing here, for those of you who've seen me perform the live streams before, you'll know that everything is held together on an ironing board. So I have an ironing board, various boxes and lights, which are all constructed, and occasionally my arms do bash them, and so things wobble about a bit. But we will be putting up the numbers that you can donate to, and I hope you'll be able to do that. First, we've got some amazing guests, and actually the first guest that we've got on tonight is a man who I think I probably first worked with 34 years ago. I'm going to go for 34. It might be 33. But Chris, if you could bring David Baddiel into the room, that would be marvellous. Hello, David.
Hello, Mark. It probably was that long ago. I think when I first walked into the Comedy Store, about to do a gig at 3:00 in the morning, which went really fucking badly, you were on stage doing stuff which you may or may not still do. I doubt you do. About how names for vaginas like Minge and Honeypot sounded like children's characters. And then you did a whole bit about a kind of Winnie the Pooh story using the words Minge and Honeypot. Have I ruined the whole night by bringing that
No,
up?
you haven't. You've taken me back to a very specific memory, I have to say.
Yeah.
But I did used to do a routine about that. No, I don't do it anymore.
You won't do it for me tonight. No, I can.
I am not. You could request it, but it would need a big donation to the Samaritans for that one. It would really need a big one. Are you well, though, my darling man?
I am actually. I'm very well, despite everything. I've had, the same kind of shit year that everyone's had, and Christmas has been really fucking weird. But I'm basically fine. Lots of people have it much worse. And I'm very happy to take part in this in some small way, helping people who are much worse off than we are.
Well, I have to say, I just wanted to tell you tonight, because I always go to Chris Dingle. I don't know if you know that.
But I go to Chris Dingle. He was a brilliant comedian, I remember, Chris. But no, I used to go. I go with my kids normally, and we do the orange and the candle and all that. But there's no Chris Dingle this year.
Well, there was. My sister had a socially distanced Chris, because my sister's a vicar.
Oh, your sister's a vicar.
Yeah. I had to go and do. She said to me, "I can get you in." I'm like, "Come on!" I put you on the door for my gigs all the time. Yeah. She goes, "I can get you in, but you have to be a steward." Right. So I was fire safety steward a Chris Dingle gig, which I think I can put on a CV.
Can I tell you something about Chris Dingle, right? Which you'll know as a Chris Dingle steward, which is you probably haven't been to a Chris Dingle. If anyone watching this, and I'm Jewish, and I imagine there are other people watching who are not Christian, but you get an orange, don't you? With normally it's a kids thing with a candle in it, but you also get toothpicks with licorice all sorts on the end of them. And I have been known to steal those from children who want them because I get so hungry at that time of the day. I just it's that particular time of the day where I just think, I don't want to be in church, obviously, but I've come from my kids. I've got really hungry. I'm going to eat all the licorice all sorts on the edge of this orange.
Do you know, I just have a vision of you running up and down the aisle, just randomly attacking strangers' children.
You're very quick. You just pick off the licorice all sorts from those two.
Well, my sister's one, because it was a socially distanced one, I also had to do the door, because you had to sort of just check in and all of that kind of stuff. And you got given a Chris Dingle set. So you had to make, and I'm sorry to tell you, it's Haribo rather than...
Is it? Don't be sorry about that. I love Haribo. I actually think that's a better idea than licorice all sorts. I'm a big sour sweets fan.
You would have loved this Chris Dingle.
Your sister's church next Chris Dingle.
But what she did, which was incredible, because they couldn't have a nativity play and all of that kind of stuff. So she just had a narrator in the pulpit. She would interact with the narrator. They had the kids who would wander on and off it just individually, and there would be an angel. And instead of having a big rehearsed speech, the angel would just go, "I am the angel," and everyone had to join in and flap their wings. So the whole church was flapping its wings, going, and you have to say, "I am the angel."
Yeah.
And the shepherds were going, "I am frightened." So half the church is going, "I am frightened." And the other half is going, "Be not afraid."
So hang on. Is this allowed, any of this? I don't mean in terms of surreal logic. I mean in terms of like, I think it's allowed in the restrictions, what you've just...
Oh, yeah. No, it completely works with the restrictions.
All right. Where is your sister's church?
It's in Clapham. It's called the Holy Spirit. And it's in fact the church where my uncle got married. And it's got, so it's a sort of family local.
So, I mean, I have known you for 34 years. Are you like from a big religious family?
Mate, my dad was a lay preacher. He used to preach in the street. My great granddad was a Baptist nonconformist preacher.
Wow.
So I've narrowly missed the family profession, you know.
Yeah.
It's
kind of like... Are you a believer at heart, Mark?
Pardon?
Are you a believer at heart?
I like to think that I believe that we have got the capacity for a great deal of good. That's what I like to believe. Okay. But what I actually believe is some weird bastardized version of Marxism.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
So listen, look, let's talk our way through, because you've chosen two songs which are really, really classics. Before we play them, tell me why you picked the first one.
Well, they're both very Route One, I have to say. So there'll be people coming along on this night who've chosen much more original Christmas songs than I have. But I love Christmas songs. I mean, I'm a fundamentalist atheist and a Jew, which is a complicated thing to be, but you can be both of those. But I love Christmas. And one reason I love Christmas is I didn't have it when I was a kid. When we were a kid, we had Hanukkah. And when Christmas turned up, it was like, oh, there's a big party happening somewhere else. We're just doing fuck all and having horrible food, horrible Jewish food. And I want to be part of this big party, right?
But you had 8 days of it, David.
Well, yeah, we had 8 days of it. But trust me, in my parents' house, that just meant, fuck off, right? Okay, so it was not a big deal. It wasn't a big party. But I was aware, obviously, on the telly, Christmas seems to be a real sparkly, twinkly, fantastic thing. So because of what I missed, I've thrown myself into Christmas every year. And obviously Christmas songs are a big part of that. And I've chosen, in a way, to begin with, like the most obvious Christmas song, which is Slade's Merry Christmas, Everybody. But one reason I've chosen it, which comes back to my atheism, is for me, being a Jew, and indeed loving Christmas, is nothing to do with God. It's to do with culture and joy and all the rest of it. And I think this song is nothing to do with God, right? There was a lot of Christmas songs that are sort of basically slipping in God under another name. But this one...
Carols. I've noticed they do it a lot with carols.
Carols. What they slip, don't they? Hark the Herald Angel thing. They got Angel in, haven't they? They got Herald in. So
they can't avoid it. I don't know.
Silent Night is not just about it being quiet. Let me tell you that for nothing.
And I tell you, that little town of Bethlehem, they still slip in the message.
Yeah, King David City. I tell you, it's not about me. So, Merry Christmas, everybody, though, is just really about your domestic arrangements at Christmas, isn't it?
It is.
Are you waiting for the family to arrive? Are you sure you've got the room to spare inside? A melancholy lyric this year, I have to say. I think the whole song's got a slight melancholy air to it, with the sadness of Santa playing about with mum and all that. But do you want to know what I mean? It's really...
There is a melancholy air to it, but there's a wonderful thing about it, which is it's got a touch of the Paul McCartney's. And I say this because Paul McCartney has got this ability to turn conversations into songs. Yeah. In that kind of, someone's knocking at the door.
I mean, Mark, it's
someone's like ringing on the bell.
Very real, ordinary person's chat about Christmas. You know, I mean, it's basically, for me watching that, a lower middle class Christmas, right? Are you waiting for the family to arrive? Are you sure you've got the room to spare inside, right? It just feels to me like, oh yeah, this is what it's about. This is what I'm missing as a Jew, is like lots of people coming around and having a laugh and whatever. And that's what it feels like. It's a song about just like, well, you know,
getting ready for the party.
Word, sort of a British Christmas, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And I love that, but I also think musically it's totally brilliant. I think Noddy Holder's voice, genuinely, one of the greatest voices in the history of pop music.
It's remarkable. It truly is remarkable. And I love the fact that they're a Birmingham band.
Yeah.
There's something brilliant about that. They were rock solid sort of.
Oh, well, they're the archetype, aren't they, of that glam rock thing, which was like, there's David Bowie and Mark Bolan, but the rest of them are just brickies in high heels and makeup. We've thought, oh, there's a gap in the market here. I suppose I better go along with it. Right? And Slade are just that, aren't they?
I love that you said brickies in high heels. It's like Eddie Izzard going there, but for the grace of God.
I love her.
Let's play the song now. Okay, Chris, if we could have the song, Merry Christmas, everybody. I just remember. No, we're not. We nearly are. Yes, we are.
We are. Okay.
There we are. We're back. So look, welcome back. This is David Baddiel and Mark Thomas here. We just had Merry Christmas, everybody. David and I were just talking about the Comedy Store and the Tunnel Club while that played. I just wanted to talk about your second choice that you've put forward to us, which is...
it is. I wish it could be Christmas every day. Now, there's a very specific reason. I think it's another great song, and it's also obviously associated with my childhood and the 70s and never having Christmas when I was a kid, but also specifically this year, which is they've cancelled Christmas, basically, because of the virus. But I felt that was an interesting thing. I felt that in a way, what is Christmas a lot of the time? A lot of the time, Christmas is just staying in, hanging out with your very close family and not going out because everywhere's shut, which is basically every day anyway this year. Every day has already been fucking Christmas, basically, is what I'm saying. And so it's come true, right? Roy Wood of Wizard's dream sort of has come true, but possibly not in a very good way. So I want to remind people that the idea of Christmas every day, which is kind of a weird idea anyway, my brother, Ivor Baddiel, he worked briefly in Santa Monica in a shop called the Incredible Christmas Store, where it was Christmas every day. That was the point of the shop. You could go there in February, and in the shop, it would be Christmas. And I always thought, what happens at Christmas? Does it explode? What happens to that shop at Christmas? And so,
wouldn't it be brilliant if there was a dark mass?
Yeah.
On Christmas Day, that one shot.
On Christmas Day in the incredible Christmas store. But it's a great song. And actually, I think that even though the actual truth of Christmas every day would be awful, and to some extent we've experienced it, I like the cognitive dissonance of thinking, I still want Christmas to be every day when I listen to Roy Wood singing it.
I think it's got a lot of yearning in it.
Yeah.
Which I think all good Christmas songs need a little bit of yearning in it.
Oh, absolutely. You see, I don't like the Mariah Carey song. I don't like Christmas songs that are just twinkly. I like plaintive Christmas songs. I do also really like, someone else is probably doing it, I Believe in Father Christmas. Which I do believe in Father Christmas. I don't believe in God, but I believe in Father Christmas. But I just, because that's also very plaintive and very sad and speak, someone's going to talk about this, but the deal of a bell and that Christmas tree smell. That's sort of a lost ideal of Christmas that it yearns for. And I think I wish it could be Christmas every day as something of that. There's a minor key element of it.
Well, let's play that then. Chris, Are we ready? This is David's choice. Wizard. David, thank you ever so much. Happy Christmas.
Have a great Christmas, everyone. Have a great Christmas, Mark. Enjoy.
The snowman brings the snow. Well, I just might like to know. Put a great big smile on somebody's face. If you jump into your bed, quickly cover up your head. Don't you lock the doors? You know the sweet Santa Claus is on the way. Oh, well, I wish it could be Christmas every day. When the kids start singing and the band begins to play. Oh, I wish it could be Christmas every day. Let the bells ring out for Christmas. When we're skating in the park, if the storm cloud paints it dark, then your rosy cheeks gonna light my merry way. Now the frosty claws appear, and they've frozen up my beer. So we'll lie by the fire till the sleep simply melts them all away. Well, I wish it could be Christmas every day. When the kids start singing and the band begins to play. Oh, I wish it could be Christmas every day. So let the bells ring out for Christmas. When the snowman brings the snow, well, it's just might like to know. It's put a great big smile on somebody's face. So if Santa brings that sleigh all along the Milky Way, I saw the name on the rooftop in the snow that he made his like to stay. Well, I wish it could be Christmas every day.
There we go. There. Thank you ever so much to our lovely David Baddiel. With us now, though, is the marvellous Richard Herring. Hello, Richard.
Hello, how you doing? Great to see
I'm
you.
good, man. Happy Christmas.
Happy Christmas to you. This is what a lovely thing to do. It gives us a little connection with the world at Christmas this year, which is odd.
Well, it's like that benefit gig we should be doing this time of year.
Yes.
Well, we haven't had a chance to meet each other.
Yeah. No, it's nice. It's really nice. I enjoyed watching David as well, so that was fun.
Oh, that's lovely to see David there. Listen, because I want to dive straight into your choices, because you went for, just tell us what you went for first of all, your first song.
My first song is Scrooge, I think, from the Muppet Christmas Carol, but it could have been any of the songs from the Muppet
Genius.
It's
the greatest Christmas film ever.
I really think it is. We watch it every year, and every year I spot something different in it, and we listen to the soundtrack constantly. I've got a 5-year-old and a 3-year-old, nearly 6-year-old, the 5-year-old. And they're obsessed with this year. They got obsessed actually with, which I nearly changed to, with the Marley and Marley one, which is the hecklers, Wardorf and the two heckling guys become both Jacob Marley and Robert Marley. And there's a great bit in that that I'd never spotted before, where they're laughing at leaving the kids out in the orphanage, and then suddenly go, "Ooh," as they remember that's the reason. But they still find it funny. But yeah, Michael Caine is amazing in this film.
Michael Caine, I genuinely believe that this is his best film.
I genuinely do. And the best scene, and my favourite scene, which we just watched yesterday, is him and Beaker and the doctor, and him having to act alongside Beaker, who's just going, and he's completely straight, and he does it completely like he's in the Royal Shakespeare Company, which I believe was what he was trying to do. And it's absolutely the funniest thing ever as a result, because you've got Beaker, who's just insane, and again I noticed as he was going out, he just as an extra as he's going out, and I'd never really spotted him before. Really made me laugh. So there's great comedy in it, but there's some lovely sweet songs. I mean, any of these songs are great, and the songs that aren't even in the film are great as well if you listen.
But
to the
also,
soundtrack.
you've got this is Dickens.
Yes,
and actually. The great thing about it is he's really, really angry when he wrote this.
Yes. Well, it is what Christmas, it's what we have to remember at Christmas, and what you remember all year long, Mark, and I should remember all year long, is that, we don't want, it's not a good thing to just chase money and be that guy. You need to have that human connections. And I guess, and I think even this year, it's even more sort of pertinent as we were just discussing. I haven't seen my parents all year. Only on FaceTime calls, and that's tough. And you kind of realize almost by having this small family Christmas, which is lovely in lots of ways, just my wife and me and the kids, it's beautiful in lots of ways, but you kind of appreciate the family, and that's what this is about. It's about a man who's been so eaten up with his own ambition and his own greed that he's sort of forgotten to do all the things that matter. And you can have we're living in a world where people have more money than they can ever spend in a million lifetimes, and what's then, you're not finding happiness with that. So
Richard, trust me, I've got those people on a list. I know who they are.
I know you have. I know this is really up your street, but yeah, Dickens is amazing. I was listening to an audiobook about the two Plinys, the Roman Plinys, and it came up that Dickens had one of the elder Pliny's works. And they think that Scrooge is based on there's this chained up, or Marley at least, this chained up ghost that appears in one of Pliny's stories. So it's been really kind of flying in at me at all directions, this Scrooge story this year. But I've always loved it, and I think that three ghosts visiting, it's just such a brilliant story, and it's been obviously parodied so many times and used so many times, but I would love
there's a reason why it's parodied and used so many times.
Yeah, it is, but I'd love to see I just would love Charles Dickens to see it. I wonder whether he would like the Muppet Christmas Carol. I mean, it's so hard to even get his head around what it would be. I think he'd be happy that his stories were still being told.
Yeah, I think he would. If you turned around to Charles Dickens and said, your story, that was kind of number one in the box office, I think he'd go, yeah, I love that.
I think he would. And it's played with puppets and a man taking it very seriously. And there's a few other humans in there as well, aren't there? But it's such a great film. And I think just all the songs are bang on. There's the One More Night Till Christmas, which we've been singing all day today, and Marley and Marley, and there's a few that get cut out, and I'm quite obsessed with this film because we do.
Well, let's play the song.
Let's play the song
and see what it is. Chris, let's cue it up.
There he is, Mr. Ebenezer Scrooge. getting colder out here?
When a cold wind blows, it chills you to the bone.
But there's nothing in nature that freezes your heart like years of being alone.
It paints you with indifference like a lady paints with rouge.
And the worst of the worst
The most hated and cursed.
is the one that we call Scrooge.
Unkind as any.
And the wrath of many.
This is Ebenezer Scrooge.
Oh, there goes Mr. Humbug. There goes Mr. Grim. If they gave a prize for being mean, the winner would be him.
Old Scrooge, he loves his money 'cause he thinks it gives him power.
If he became a flavor, you can bet he would be sour.
Even the vegetables don't like him.
There goes Mr. Skinflint. There goes Mr. Green.
The undisputed master of the underhanded deed.
He charges folks a fortune for his dark and drafty houses. Us poor folk live in misery.
It's even worse for mouses.
Please, sir, I want some cheese.
He must be so lonely, he must be so sad. He goes to extremes to convince us he's bad. He's really a victim of fear and of pride. Look close and there must be a sweet man inside.
Nah.
There goes Mr. Outrage. There goes Mr. Sneer.
He has no time for friends or fun.
His anger makes that clear.
Don't ask him for a favor, 'cause his nastiness increases.
No crust of bread for those in need.
No cheeses for us Mises.
Scrooge liked the cold. He was hard and sharp as a flint, secret and self-contained, as solitary as an oyster.
There goes Mr. Heartless. There goes Mr. Cruel.
He never gives, he only takes. He lets his hunger rule.
If being mean's a way of life, you practice and rehearse.
Then all that work is paying off, 'cause Scrooge is getting worse.
Every day, in every way, Scrooge is getting worse.
Oh boy.
The time flies. Look at this. I've got to go.
Humbug.
Whew, what an unpleasant fella.
So that was your first choice there, Richard.
Brilliant. Yeah, thank you very much for that. It's nice to see that.
It's an
Yeah,
utter pleasure.
good. And my second choice is I really like this song, but I like it for like a whole layer of different reasons. It's "I Believe in Father Christmas" by Greg Lake, which David was mentioning, because it sounds so much like a Christmas song, but it's actually a cynical Christmas song that's sort of almost against Christmas, but it isn't. and then it's played unironically by people who think it's a celebration of Christmas, but it's about the kind of the way that our belief systems are kind of eroded and the way we're lied to and the lies underpinning Christmas. And but he obviously, Greg Lake, still made loads of money out of it being a Christmas song. It's still sung by people. I heard a cover version of it with someone ending going, "Happy Christmas!" That's not the point.
I saw Jarvis Cocker perform it.
Oh, cool.
And he's just said, I want to perform it was at Christmas. He said, I wanted to do a Christmas song and I wanted it to feel Christmassy, but I can't get behind all the various bits and bobs of Christmas. And I think this is the perfect Christmas song for an atheist who likes
I think that's
Christmas.
true. There's a cynicism to it, but I think the cynicism gets turned on its head. Also, it's sort of mildly pathetic that he's annoyed that people lied to him as a child about Father Christmas. So I really like him, and I love this. This is my favorite of his songs. I'm not like massively into Greg Lake stuff.
Were you ever into Emerson, Lake and Palmer?
Not really. I know a little bit about them. So this is my absolute favorite Greg Lake song.
Let me just I have to confess that my first ever album was Tarkus by Emerson, Lake and Palmer.
Right.
And I feel that's quite a confession. I feel I've sort of come out as a prog fan.
Okay. Yeah, I was never really into prog, so it's kind of this to me is almost all I know about him. And
that's all you need to know. Just skip that particular prog bit and you're fine.
But I also love the video of it is him like he's gone to the Middle East and he's sitting in the cave with the Dead Sea Scrolls and it kind of slightly shaking his head, but you're thinking you've gone to
well, he was in Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Of course he's gone. Of course he's in a cave. We're lucky there wasn't an enormous bloody great gong that he bashed. We're lucky there wasn't tour vans in shot with ELP on each different van, so as the helicopter went along you could read it. I mean I think we should be grateful for what we got on this one.
Yeah, maybe. But I love all those ironies, and as David was saying, it is very evocative of Christmas, and some lovely images and stuff in there. And it's almost a parody song, like even the do 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 do. It's almost like it's taking the piss, but it's you play that amongst a compilation of Christmas songs, and it just sounds like all the other ones anyway. So it's a sort of glorious failure. He's sort of got that check every year from it. So he can't really have hated it that much. And I think he did. I think he did like Christmas. Well, we can't ask him now, but I think I've seen him saying in the past that he did like it.
Well, this is I Believe in Christmas, and Richard Herring, thank you ever so much. Have a really, really happy Christmas. Man.
And you guys, good luck
Lots
with
of
the
love to the fam.
Bye. Cheers. Bye.
They said there'll be snow at Christmas. They said there'll be peace on earth. But instead it just kept on raining, a veil of tears for the virgin birth. I remember one Christmas morning, a winter's light and a distant choir, and the peal of a bell and that Christmas tree smell, and eyes full of tinsel and fire. They sold me a dream of Christmas. They sold me a cyanide. They told me a fairy story till I believed in the Israelite. And I believed in Father Christmas. And I looked to the sky with excited eyes. Then I woke with a yawn in the first light of dawn. I saw him and through his disguise. I wish you a hopeful Christmas. I wish you a brave new year. All anguish, pain and sadness, lead your heart and let your road be clear. They said there'd be snow at Christmas. They said there'd be peace on earth. Hallelujah, Noel, be heaven on hell. The Christmas we get, we deserve.
That was Greg Lake, and joined us now is Mark Steele. Hello, Mark.
Hello, brilliant to be here. This is marvellous.
Well, I'm delighted you can. I mean, in olden days, I was just saying to Richard Herring, we would be doing a benefit somewhere,
Yes, yeah,
and raising money for a lost cause. But
whenever you do something like this now, if someone says, "I'm so thrilled you could make it," a bit of me wants to go, "Well, what do you fucking think I was doing? We can't go anywhere. I've been so busy."
Seriously, you wouldn't believe there's cushions to pump. That sounded wrong, didn't it? Anyway.
I was laughing about the Greg Lake having this huge gong in the middle of the desert. I believe in Father Christmas. And with a song about all the cynicism of all the money and everything, which I love the song, but it'd be brilliant if he was out there being all ELP with it. Oh, for God's sake, I can't possibly make a song about the cynicism of Christmas and the bloody exploitation of local people and the waste of money in modern society if you haven't got me a 500-foot gong and some Lebanese peasants to bang
it's
it
only
for.
copper. It has to be bronze. What the fuck is the matter with you? I love that idea. In fact, I think we should campaign for it now. But I want to look at your first choice, because you've chosen a polystyrene song, which is not on the beaten track of Christmas songs.
No, well, this is one of the things that I'm sort of quite snobby about, really. It's sort of I've been like yourself, a big music fan, and you sort of think, oh yeah, I've got to try and find something a little bit obscure. But polystyrene, so fascinating because she was a woman in the punk times, and I have, as I think probably most music fans who were around at the time, a sort of strange relationship now with punk. I don't know what you're like with it, Mark, but I was the perfect age for punk. And it was glorious, and it was anti-establishment and fiery, and we went to all these pubs with these sometimes brilliant but usually not brilliant bands just thrashed around. But when I look back on it now, most of it was utter cobblers. It really was twaddle, and it sort of turned you against other music as well, because part of the ethos of it was like all other music doesn't count, it's just punk. And so it wasn't until I was sort of in my mid-20s that I started listening to the blues and jazz and country and all the other things that I now love. And yet there were some people who were who sort of were an exception. And the Clash, obviously, and Polystyrene, who was sort of musically more than punk. She had a punk ethos, but Polystyrene of X-Ray Specs, she was just this great fiery but very warm character.
She was very much herself in an era when it was very easy to be like everybody else.
Yes, you're right. You're absolutely right. And she was quite spiritual. In fact, very spiritual. Ended up with Harry Christian.
She did end up. She was Buddhist, and in fact made songs about Buddhism. But what I loved as well was the work she did with Laura Logic, who is the saxophonist.
Yes.
And if you listen to the sax on the X-Ray Spec stuff, actually you've got this direct plug-in to groups like Rip Rig and Panic and to Roland Kirk, who inspired the band, that goes into Nina Cherry, that goes into the Bristol sound, that goes into High and Mighty.
I hadn't connected her with Roland Kirk, but you're right. For people who don't know, sort of Roland Kirk can sometimes be at the far end of crazy jazz, can't it?
Well, yes and no. Yes, he can. But Roland Kirk was this amazing jazz saxophonist who used to play sort of three. Although he did actually influence Ian Anderson from Jethro Tull, which does count against him. But he used to have a drone sax, and he used to have he was blind, and he used to have all these saxophones hanging off his neck. He used to have a whoopee whistle, and he used to beat and hum while he played the sax, and he was almost like this human beatbox, like Flute Man.
I wasn't aware of his influence on polystyrene. If people know the song, I mean, if you don't, I would really recommend it. It is a song, one of the few songs from the punk days. Go and have a listen to this. It still sounds brilliant. If it come out today, it will be. But Oh Bondage Up Yours, which was sort of, it's so hard to sort of convey to people who were a bit younger, just the sheer confrontation and anarchy of those sorts of songs. Even the Pistols, it doesn't sound that radical now, but at the time nobody was doing stuff, just went fuck you, to the older generation. It was a scream of anguish to the older generation. We're allowed to be angry, sort of thing. And yet Polystyrene and X-Ray Specs were one of the few bands of that time that were also musically brilliant, and the sax in "Oh Bondage Up Yours" is marvelous. It absolutely taken out of that song. It could quite easily be played at Ronnie Scott's and have people going.
Well, we kind of go like that.
Yeah.
But, Okay, do you want to introduce the song, Mark?
Well, this is not "Oh Bondage Up Yours." This is Polystyrene's Christmas song, which she made in about 2010, tragically just before we lost her. But it's a song that it's got a punk ethos, a Black Christmas, but also it's got the best of the ethos of those days, which is that it can be a mixture of all sorts of songs, and it's in fact very much primarily a ska Christmas song.
I'm dreaming of a black, black Christmas. Black smoke blows against the midnight sky. I'm dreaming of a black, black Christmas. Black smoke blows against the midnight sky. All alone, drowning in my sorrows. Christmas time always brings my sadness home. A child is born on Christmas Day, but they crucified him anyway. Oh no, no, Mary, no. Oh no, no, Mary, no. I'm dreaming of a black, black Christmas. Black smoke blows against the midnight sky. I'm dreaming of a black, black Christmas. Black smoke blows against the midnight sky. I wish today was like tomorrow. Christmas cards always make me feel alone. My tears are for you, lovely babe. As a sacrifice, you know we're saved. Oh no, I'm not married, no. Oh no, I'm not married, no. I'm dreaming of a black, black Christmas. Black smoke blows against the midnight sky. I'm dreaming of a black, black Christmas. Black smoke blows against the midnight sky. I never knew a very merry Christmas. Santa Claus was a real bad guy. I never knew a very merry Christmas. Santa Claus was a real bad guy. I'm dreaming of a black, black Christmas. Black smoke blows against the midnight sky. I'm dreaming of a black, black Christmas. Black smoke blows against the midnight sky. Oh no, we're not married, no. Oh no, we're not married, no. Oh no, we're not married, no. Oh no, we're not married, no.
That was Polystyrene, Black Christmas, and with us is Mark Steele. Mark, we were just talking bizarrely about Chris Christopherson.
Yeah, Chris Christopherson, incredibly sort of radical guy. Well, say the story you were saying, because I didn't know that.
Well, because what it was a mate of mine was putting on Chris Christopherson in Dublin, and he had to persuade him that there would be an audience. And Chris Christopherson was very sort of humble and oh, no one's going to come and see us all that. Anyway, they got him out to there was chaos. There was chaos at the airport. absolute chaos. And what it was George Bush was landing in Dublin.
Oh my word!
Right, and Bush was coming into land in Dublin, and there was loads of American Secret Service, and one of them recognised Chris Christopherson and went over. And Noel, my mate, said the Secret Service says, "Can I get your autograph? I'm a big fan." He said, "Of course you can." And he says, "Why is all this thing going on?" And he said, "Well, it's your president is coming into land," and he just went, "He ain't my goddamn president." And I just thought, oh.
I remember him. It must have been about 1982. And he was on Wogan. You know when Wogan had a chat show on the telly that was on 3 times a week, it was on about 7 o'clock. And Chris Christopherson was on. I didn't know. And of course, this was again at the time when I just thought, country, why aren't you just calling everyone an arsehole and thrashing a guitar? So Chris Christopherson was on. And Wogan, and he's asked him a couple of things about, I don't know, do you still see Barbra Streisand or whatever sort of question. And Chris Christopherson said, well, look, what I really want to talk about tonight is what my country is doing in Nicaragua. Now, this wasn't really sort of what was meant the Wogan show was designed for. We're like, right, we're going to have a show at 7 o'clock every night and we're going to discuss American foreign policy. That clearly wasn't the brief. And Chris Christopherson sort of said his little bit about the Sandinistas and how disgusting it was that the Americans were arming the Contras and all the terrible things going on in Central America and all that. And Wogan sort of eventually goes, yes, now, you've got a new record. No, and he wouldn't have it. And I remember I was sort of like, 20 odd. And I thought, this guy's amazing. And of course, that's when that's one of the first times when I was alerted to the radical nature, the roots of country, that it's not at all like its image, that it's the very opposite of that, or it's split, isn't it? It's a wonderful split country of trying to sort of.
How wonderful appearing on Terry Wogan and not being deterred from talking about.
No, he wasn't deterred. No.
Do you think Terry actually, when he did Eurovision, really wanted to discuss the Soviet bloc?
Yeah. Yeah, he was. Yeah, later that year. Yeah.
He was forever trying to get in a little bit about the Prague Spring.
Just before the Polish judge gives their marks, can you give your view? Can you give your view on the Stalinist nature of the state that's existed since the end of the Second World War?
What's your second song, Mark?
So the second song is a spoof of a soul song, and it's by National Lampoon. And it sounds like it could be daft, but it's actually, the best spoof, of course, has to be accurate. And this is, I think, really accurate. People can see for themselves. It's a sort of soul parody, really, for 1970s soul by National Lampoon. Christopher Guest, indeed, was one of the people responsible for it, who was also responsible for Spinal Tap. So he knew how to do a musical spoof.
He did indeed.
Yes, and this is that.
Okay, Chris, let's have it.
Oh, midnight in the ghetto street. A desperate boy who wants something to eat. 'Cause he's dead on his feet. To the man in the squad car, it's just his beat. He don't care, he don't live there. He lives in Queens, not Manhattan or the Bronx or Brooklyn. A thief on the roof, a mugger in the hall. Stick 'em up, stick 'em up. A baby on the floor, eating paint off the wall. How's he gonna grow tall? But there's one time of year that brings joy to one and all. When every race has a smile on its face. Jumping on the corner of the push you uptown, digging the Utah Santa's getting down. Holiday colors of red and green, turkey speaking fat and the gangster lean.
Numbers runner stops for a chat. The Apollo doorman tips his hat and it says,
Have a Kung Fu Christmas.
have a Kung Fu Christmas.
Living in the ghetto, you always lose. They'll shoot you for your socks and they'll stick you for your shoes. When you're a super bad dude. You pay a super bad dude. With fear and strife is a way of life. But there's a man coming today with lots of loot. He got a pink Mosley, a red and white fursuit. He's a super fly guy, and he's awful cute. He's about to arrive, bringing jingle bell jive. Santa Claus making the soul train soon, sticking down his bin with Afro sheen. Eeny, meeny, and miny, moe. Frost in the hair, slow up your nose, stabbing in the back, trimmed with holly. Girls up on the street, and I'm feeling jolly. Christmas Eve's coming with the last minute bustle. Santa tells the elves you better do the hustle.
Hey, baby.
Yes, darling.
I'd like to do something extra special for you on this Christmas.
What's that, baby?
I just want to make you feel real good.
How you gonna do that, sugar?
I thought maybe I'd buy you a big house in the south of France.
Oh, I don't want to live in France.
Well, why don't I buy you a big glass bottom boat then, honey?
Oh, darling, I don't want no fish looking up my skirt.
Oh, sweetheart, I just want to make you feel good.
So what you gonna do, darling?
Well, I tell you what, baby, let me ask you, what do you want for Christmas?
Well, baby, I just want a kung fu Christmas.
Welcome back, everybody. With me now is the wonderful Barb Younger. How are you, Barb?
I'm great, thank you very much. I'm great. I'm here on the South Coast. I'm with my mum's downstairs watching Gavin and Stacey. She's drunk apple juice. I've drunk Prosecco.
Okay, was that the warning code?
Yeah, that is the warning code.
She is on apple juice. I am not.
Well, I was going to drink gin and tonic actually, and I went to my local corner shop this afternoon because I now live in Sompting, which, as its name suggests, is nowhere near anything, and they didn't have any tonic water, so I thought, all right, it's the Prosecco then.
Well, that's fair enough. So you've been forced onto Prosecco by Brexit. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, I have.
Nigel Farage put me on the Prosecco.
Yes, yes. Oh, I want 5 minutes in a room with him. Just give me 5 minutes.
That's not a sexy 5 minutes, is it?
It really isn't a sexy 5 minutes. No, actually, I'm pretty sure I could do with that as well. I could deal with him. Do you know what I mean?
Well, to be honest, I think
I should have been on the Prosecco, Mark. That's the truth of the matter. The truth of the matter, this is all wrong already before we even start.
I know it has gone wrong, but I was going to suggest that anyone with a vagina could deal with Nigel Farage, I think, possibly.
Or not, or not.
Okay, let's leave it at not. Listen, for those of you who don't know, Barb is just this wonderful, brilliant singer who is possibly my favourite singer ever.
You say that to everybody. I feel really hurt now. That is
I say that to everyone.
You drop that around the place, you know, like
I do. Mark Steele is my favourite ever singer. David Baddiel is my favourite ever.
Denise Mina is your favourite singer. She is brilliant. Denise Mina. I've got all her books. All of them.
I'm quite embarrassed.
For those of you who are at home, Denise Mina, who's coming on next, is a fabulous Scottish crime writer who we adore. And,
I love her.
Barb is confessing. You're sort of proclaiming fanhood, love.
I'm not confessing.
No, I said professing.
I'm professing. I am preaching it. I'm
preach.
I am giving it. No,
Prosecco preach.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Tell me about it.
So Barb, tell us what's your first song?
Which one do you want first?
Which one would you like? Anyone you want?
Or the mini depressing one? Which one?
I'd like the mini depressing.
Okay, the mini depressing one, I would say, is Gaudete. Gaudete, Steel I Spab. And there's a version of it online where they sing it live, and they're in some concert hall, and it's Maddie Pryor and all the guys, and they're all of an age now. Do you know what I mean? They're not in their young prime when everybody looks great when they're 25. Let's face it. And then as time goes on, things wither and fall. That's just the way of life. But they're there, and somebody does a tuning fork, and they're all sweating. And then they burst into this extraordinary harmony, and they do this, and she's right there at the front blasting out this Latin medieval carol of praise. It's just fantastic. My nephew was doing Latin, so I played it to him. He's in America. I said, okay with your Latin, because I thought he's not getting away with anything. I said, okay with your Latin. I said, listen to this, Gaudete. I said, what does it mean? And he went, I said, Gaudete, what does it mean? He went, I said, joy. It means joy. I said, Christus es natus. He went, anyway, we got through it. It took about 2 hours. But the point is, it is just tremendous. It's this explosion of who would ever thought it, Latin in this. And she's singing in that weird soprano folk voice. I love it.
Which is beautiful. It's absolutely stunning.
It's
and of course they've got that real sort of northeastern connection with folk music, and especially sort of religious folk music.
Yeah, the Lightweight Dirge. They do a version of the Lightweight Dirge that's second to none. And the Lightweight Dirge is that's the walk that I think the Vikings did to bury their dead, and they went from somewhere in that the Vikings could only go inland as far as they could go before they could get to the sea to bury, because their dead had to be buried at sea within a certain time period. And if they didn't bury their dead in that period of time, then their dead couldn't go to wherever their dead went to. So there was this particular walk which you can do, the Lightweight Walk, and they have this whole song about it. It's extraordinary.
I'd like to call it the best before date of of those that have gone before us. Listen, let's play the music. Barb, this is your choice. Chris, play Gaudete.
Gaudete, gaudete, Christus es natus, ex Maria Virgine, gaudete, 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 Christus es natus, ex Maria Virgine, gaudete. Gaudete, gaudete, Christus es natus, ex Maria Virgine, gaudete, 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 Christus es natus, ex Maria Virgine, gaudete. Gaudete, gaudete, Christus es natus, ex Maria Virgine, gaudete, 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 Christus es natus, ex Maria Virgine, gaudete.
Barb, that was your first choice.
Yes.
Talk me through your second one.
Okay, Christina Rossetti. I just think she was an extraordinary poet, and so many, and they're quite strange. Her poems are quite strange because they're quite often quite dark, and quite well. We've just been talking about Edgar Allan Poe. There is in them that kind of arena of darkness, which I'm very fond of. I'm very fond of the arena of darkness, because I think that's something we all dip into. I love it. I love it as a singer, I love it. And I'm less a kind of Meet Me in St. Louis girl than I am a Denise Mina and An Area of Darkness and a Christina Rossetti girl, I like that. I walk in the morning now where I am. I walk in the morning through these fields and it's all muddy and there's nobody there. And there are these chalk paths that have been there for millennia. And you just walk along them on these bridleways and you feel like you're in some sort of weird novel in your walking boots, You feel like you're in some weird novel with a crinoline on, escaping from Carver-Doon. I love it. There's something about that whole thing that really works for me.
I have to say that I've just been to visit my 85-year-old mum who lives round the corner to prepare Christmas Eve, and I get that except I feel that I'm in a Mike Leigh film.
Well, not that different then.
in terms of bleakness, I think you're right.
Exactly.
Do you want to introduce the song, Bob?
I do. In the Bleak Midwinter, and it's a Bert Jansch version of it, which might not have been my first choice, except that then I thought Bert Jansch is one of those people that everybody's kind of forgotten, and he was such an important figure in the folk revival. I can't believe I'm talking about the folk revival, but I have a feeling it's something to do with being in this millennia of chalk bridleways. But he was part of the whole folk revival in London, and he was a Scottish musician actually, and he came down and he was a contemporary of everybody, and he worked with Ashley Hutchins, he worked with Steel Eye Span, he worked with everybody, but he was such an intricate guitarist, such a beautiful guitarist. And this is him singing this song. And it's got one of the most tremendous verses in it because she does this extraordinary thing. She goes, in the bleak midwinter, frosty winds may moan. Earth stood hard as iron, water like a stone. Snow had fallen, snow on snow, snow on snow. In the bleak midwinter many years ago. And it's that snow fallen long ago, snow on snow. Snow on snow. It's that, and Cohen does this, just taking a phrase and repeating it. And it takes such a lot of courage, I think, to do that, because I think a lot of people think, oh, I'm just saying the same thing, aren't I? But it takes real fabulous skill to go, I'm going to just do that again and again and again.
I would cite Neil Young singing Tonight's the Night.
There you go. Absolutely.
I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah, and there's something about that, isn't there? And then she does this last verse, which tears me apart. What can I give him, poor as I am? If I were a shepherd, I would give a lamb. If I were a wise man, I would do my part. Yet what can I give him? I can give my heart. And that is all we've got, actually. Do you know, you can do what you like. You can be a wise man, you can be a rich man, you can be Nigel Farage if you want to go back where we started. But do you know what really counts is giving your heart, giving your heart. He gives heart, she gives her heart.
Well, let's play that. Barb, thank you ever so much for coming on.
We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Once in a year it is not thought amiss to visit our neighbors and sing out like this. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. We want some figgy pudding. We want some figgy pudding. We want some figgy pudding and a cup of good cheer. We won't go until we get some. We won't go until we get some. We won't go until we get some. So bring it out here. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Once in a year it is not far amiss to visit our neighbors and sing out like this. Of friendship and love, good neighbors abound, and peace and goodwill the whole year around.
Pace, Friede,
Salud, Shalom, the words mean the same. Whatever your home, why can't we have Christmas the whole year around? Why can't we have Christmas the whole year around? We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Okay, well, as you may have noticed, that was not in the bleak midwinter. That is because, unfortunately, I have allowed our techno elf to drink tonight, and I do apologise. And I think they have been imbibing somewhat. Fortunately, though, we've got the amazing Denise Miner. Hiya, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm all right, Mark. How are you?
Oh, mate, I am really good, and it's a delight
nice
to see you.
Oh, it's so nice to see you, though. It's nice to see anyone, to be perfectly honest with you.
When you came
very
online,
nice to see you.
You came online and you said, have you checked it out? Have you checked out the iconic Christmas image of the defrosting turkey behind me?
Beautiful. Oh no, it's that way, is it?
It's
yeah,
that way.
It is. He said he looked at the back. I said I took that turkey out this morning. He looked at the back and he said it says 50 hours. 23 will be fine. So
oh wow.
We'll see what happens. Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Can I make a small confession to you?
Go on then.
Because it's a bit of a weird year, and I thought it's a year about establishing traditions. Are lovely things. I love traditions. I love ritual, and I love the fact that they often stay the same, because what we notice are the changes in each other, and I think that's the nice thing about ritual. But there's also a thing where they change, and and I'm a very big fan of jumping in and finding out what's new and what you can do. Oh, this is a long way of going. I decided to not go vegetarian. I decided not to go for turkey. I decided not to go for chicken or goose or anything. I went for camel.
Did you? How are you fitting that in your oven?
Well, it's a big one. You have the hump on the top and underneath in the shelf. No, it's because I live in Tooting, so anything is possible in the market. And I went and I said, "Have you got camel?" And he just said, "Yeah." He said, "Well, there's only us and Harrods that do it." And I'm like, "Yeah, I believe you." So we're having camel kebabs.
Oh, that is amazing! What else are you putting on the kebabs? Are you putting
what we're doing is there's like a kebab masala, which you make out of dried spices or ground spices, which is really nice. But also what you do is you serve it up with a sort of like Iranian smoked aubergine, pepper, pomegranate,
Oh,
so that's what I'm doing with my camel.
How exciting. Have you cooked it before? Because it is a bit of a dicey thing to make something new on Christmas Day.
Yeah, I have eaten it before, so I know what it should taste like.
Right. I don't know if that's a good plan.
I told my mum about it, right? Because my mum, 85, sorry, lives around the corner. I said to her, she said, "What are you having?" I said, "We're having camel." And she just went, "Fucking hell, what are you going to do? Eat your way through the manger?" And I love the idea that what are we having? We're having a lamb within a donkey within a camel.
That sounds be interested to taste it.
I'm
It
looking
won't be a
forward.
usual. Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Denise, tell me tell me about your song choice for tonight.
Right, my first one is The Little Drummer Boy by David Bowie and Bing Crosby. And one of the reasons that I love this so much is because of the little story that unfolds within that particular bit of iconic television. And I don't know if you know this, but the reason David Bowie agreed to do that was because his mum loved Bing Crosby. Right? I think that is the most Christmassy thing in the world, because
that is
you
brilliant.
can see in his eyes, you can see him thinking, what the fuck did I agree to do this for?
Yeah.
He's regretting it.
Well,
The
you know,
minute Bing
you've got a
opens-
man who has lived down the Laughing Gnome, who has gone on to become the arch creator, a man who innovates and just inspire. You look at all the people he worked with, or it's Iggy Pop or Lou Reed or whatever, just this incredible canon of work. And it's suddenly like, I've just outrun the Laughing Gnome and suddenly I'm with Bing.
Do you know what he sings later in that program? He sings Heroes later in that program. It's ridiculous. But we've all done things. My particular thing is panel shows where you go on and the voice in your head is just screaming, "Is this it for you?" And you can see it in his eyes. It's like a bad booking, kind of screaming in his eyes. And but he does it and he gives it a shot.
But you see, Bing Crosby is no slouch when it comes to singing. He really isn't.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I don't know if you know this, but one of the things that he used to, one of his heroes was Bix Beiderbecke, the jazz trumpeter, who Alan Plater wrote The Beiderbecke Affair, which is an amazing television series. And Beiderbecke, he had this great epitaph, which was each note sounded like a bullet shot from a silver bell.
Oh, wow.
Which is wouldn't you want something like that? You know, that's a thing. And actually, Bing Crosby wanted to sound like Bix Beiderbecke. He wanted to have that fluidity to be able to move and play that Beiderbecke has. So I would say he's no slouch.
But he was very, very right wing. He was very traditional. It was A Merry Old England Christmas was the TV show. I mean,
he also used to beat his children. No, let's not forget that. He was, you know, Americans...
I think a lot of people did in those days. I think you should ask your mum about how common that was in those days. I mean, to us now, it's shocking, but in those days, that was normal.
Well, yeah. Know? I mean, it was kind of like Christmas Day was the end of the belt without the buckle. But yeah, I mean...
Yeah, but I love Bowie's kind of very ambivalent attitude to singing that. But he goes for it. They had to change all the words for him. And I'm not going to pretend it was touching because it's not really touching. It's just, I just love the look in his eyes when he's singing along and thinking, oh no, this was a mistake.
You like it because it's a car crash song.
Yes, I do. And they're such brilliant, it's two really good musicians. But I just love that that he's singing that. And I have a friend who used to sign all her emails at Christmas, "Parappa-pum-pum."
Well, with that, let's have the music. Parappa-pum-pum.
Come, they told me, parappa-pum-pum, a newborn king to see, parumpa-pum-pum. Our finest gifts we bring, parumpa-pum-pum, rumpa-pum-pum, rumpa-pum-pum. Peace on earth, can it be? Years from now, perhaps we'll see. See the day of glory. See the day of goodwill, live in peace, so peace on earth when we come. Every child must be made aware. Every Every child must be made to care enough for his fellow man, to give all the love that he can. I pray my wish will come true. As for my child and your child too, he'll see the day of glory. I play my day for him when men of goodwill live in peace again. Peace on earth, can it be? Can it be? It's a pretty thing, isn't it?
There we are, Parappa Pum Pum.
Parappa Pum Pum, indeed.
Do you know,
Yeah,
I'm-
that's-
from
that's
now
sort
on, whenever I speak with you, I'm going to put in a Parappa Pum Pum.
We don't do news night anymore, Mark. That'd be great to do.
Oh,
Parappa Pum Pum
I remember when we used to
News
do the news night late night arts review, and
Did we try and fit in Elvis titles once when we were
I think
doing?
we did. I think
Yeah, I
that
think we
does sound
did,
like
yeah.
something we've.
In Scotland, yeah, that's right.
It was. It was in Glasgow. It was in Glasgow.
Yeah, the competition to see who could get the most Elvis titles into their reviews of the National Ballet. Anyway.
So listen, tell me about your second song.
All right, my second song is for those bits of Christmas that don't fit, right? So it's Howlin' Wolf singing Smokestack Lightning.
Okay, let's
And
just stop right there because Howlin'
Right.
Wolf singing Smokestack Lightning is divine.
Mwah.
It is
It's just-
utterly divine.
I mean, there should be a museum to it because it's
Oh.
just, oh my God, yeah.
Well, there's a whole range of Howlin' Wolf songs where, you know, like I asked for water and she gave me gasoline, which is such a great lyric. I asked for water and she gave me gasoline. It's just this, you know, it's you've got songs like Evil, you know, it's just and Wang Dang Doodle, which is sort of occasionally
I'm
fits in.
unfamiliar with Wang Dang Doodle. I've never heard that. I'm in for a treat.
It is fantastic
Is
because
it?
it's treated almost like a novelty song, but it's
Oh.
utter. We're gonna do that Wang Dang Doodle all night long.
Was this after Chuck Berry, My Ding-a-Ling?
No, it's
'Cause
pre
I think-
My
Oh,
Ding-a-Ling.
it must have been pre because he was dead by then, wasn't he?
Yeah, it was definitely
Yeah.
pre. But I mean, he sings it with that swagger.
Oh, he's amazing.
But the thing about Howlin' Wolf was Howlin' Wolf moved to Chicago, like many of the Mississippi Delta blues singers, moved up to Chicago, partly because there's a huge black community building there in the blues community, partly because which in turn was because of the automotive industry. There was a huge movement of black workers up to Chicago. And what was incredible was you have Howlin' Wolf and you have Muddy Waters in the same city, playing different clubs and being rivals on the same night. But what I also found out, which I will love him forevermore, was that Howlin' Wolf, when he got to Chicago, went to night school to study and to get his educational diplomas and what have you know, his certificates. But he also did an accountancy course so he can look after his accounts properly. And
Brilliant.
his band were the best paid band, and he provided health insurance.
Did he? See? I mean, you know, you need the admin behind you. It's not enough to be amazing. You need admin. I'm a lawyer from a family of lawyers, right? You need us. We're important.
No, row back.
People that can fill out forms, we're really important.
No, but I mean, what I love is this man who sings Smokestack Lightning like he's putting the world on fire.
Yeah.
Was very good to his band and had proper health insurance.
Yep.
Why have you chosen it? Because it's not really a traditional Christmas song.
Well, Do you know, I chose it because my son died about 4 years ago. This song was one of his favourite songs, and he was very ill. I don't want anyone to feel really sad at Christmas, but Christmas is quite an ambivalent time. And there's good stuff and there's bad stuff. You know, a lot of us are thinking now about people who are not here, and I just want to play this amazing, brilliant song to say it's all right to miss people. It's all right to feel a little bit sad. That's part of Christmas too. And also Howlin' Wolf. How cool is that?
You've said it all. Thank you, Denise. See you soon. Happy New Year. This
Happy
is Howlin'
Christmas,
Wolf.
darling.
Oh, smokestack lightning shining just like gold. But don't you hear me cry? Woo, woo, woo. Oh, tell me, baby, what's don't matter, yeah. Oh, don't you hear me cry? Woo, woo, woo. Oh, tell me, baby, why did you stay last night? Oh, don't you hear me crying? Woo, woo, woo. Oh, stop your train. Let her go by. Oh, don't you hear me crying? Woo, woo, woo. Oh, fare you well. Never see you no more. Oh, don't you hear me crying? Woo, woo, woo. Oh, who been here, baby, since I've been gone? Little bitty boy, Dubby on. Woo, woo, woo.
With us now is a lovely friend, Attila the stockbroker. My goodness, we've known each other for a very long time. In fact, we of all the people that are on the show, I think I've probably done the most unusual benefit gigs with you. The one that springs to mind is we did a benefit gig to raise money for asylum seekers and refugees.
In a squatted house of a Labour MP, Blairite Labour MP in Brentford.
It was a squatted MP's house.
Yeah. We've done loads of stuff together, Mark. It's brilliant. It's lovely to see.
And I have this really terrible habit of if things annoy me, I steal things.
Yeah.
Which is really it is really quite, you know, someone will upset me and I just go, right, I'll have that. And that Labour MP really pissed me off, and I found his MCC tie, which is I now have. So I'm not sure that counts for anything, but it's lovely. It's lovely to have you.
I've got to say, well done for this. I'm really enjoying Because obviously I've learned the internet in the last 10 months. I do a lot of live broadcasts and I organise stuff, and it's lovely just to sit here and relax and just enjoy someone else doing all of that. It's brilliant.
Well, it's brilliant to have you here, John. And look, there's two things that's going to happen with you. You're going to play, you've got a piece of music, which is a lovely piece of music, which you're going to introduce in a minute. But then you're actually going to play live a series of a medley of carols. I'm
going to play exactly that. One of the things that I've always loved early music. And in my 50s and 60s, I finally, because I've earned my living now as a tinder's worker for 40 years this year. And in the last few years, I've given that full rein. And 2 years ago, I did an album of early music punk about the English Revolution of 1649 called Restoration Tragedy with my band Barnstormer 1649. I love early music. I love the instruments. And above all, the melodies. And the thing about carols is it ain't about the religion. It can be if you're religious. It's about the tunes. The carols were the popular music of the time.
Well, I love a carol, John. I absolutely love a carol. And this is one of the things that because I go to church, not because I have any faith in a god or anything like that, but because I really like singing in a group, and I don't follow football. So church is the only other alternative for me. I know we've got Boff Whaley and Chumbawamba, from the Commoners Choir, who's coming on later on. But that's the thing that I love about, one of the things I love about Christmas is, and one of the things I've really missed is getting in groups and just belting out a good carol. First of all, though, I want to ask you about your first choice, which is not early music, but John Cale.
Christmas in Wales, which is the first track on John Cale's amazing 1975 LP, Paris 1919. Now, growing up, I know it sounds pretentious, but it's genuinely true. About the third album I bought when I was 14 was The Velvet Underground and Nico. And as someone who studied classical violin for a bit and who loved the way that John Cale took the viola and turned it into a rock and roll instrument, that was a massive, massive, massive influence on me. I became a huge John Cale fan. When I was 17, I saw him on the Slow Dazzle tour at the Marquee. I was at the front and he was bashing this sort of mannequin around, and I jumped up on stage and he grabbed me and held me in front of him and gave me the sort of hand of this mannequin to claw the strings. And at that point it was like, and then in 1983, when I just not long after I supported...
No. Don't move from the marquee. Don't move from the marquee.
I supported him at the venue in Victoria. It was like he was my hero. I supported him. I got an encore, and then he tried to start a fight with me for getting an encore at his gig. That was quite funny too.
I love you so much. This is John Cale, A Child's Christmas in Wales.
In Wales, and it's a brilliant song.
Ten murdered orange
John. That was John Cale, which was your first pick. Yeah, when I spoke to you, I knew there was a danger that you would go, I'm going to play. I knew there was a danger that you'd go, I'm going to do some of it live.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, there has been. You said to me, I want to do some carols. I thought, great, because we love a carol. We've just discussed that. But you said, I'm going to I want to play the crumb horn, I believe, is one of the instruments.
I'm going to be playing the crumb horn. I'm going to be playing double recorder. I'm going to be playing the mandocello, and I might also manage the sausage bassoon. I have the sausage bassoon is more commonly known as the Renaissance racket, but it's originally a German instrument which is called the Wurstfagott, and that literally translates as sausage bassoon. But we'll start with the recorders. Okay.
What are you going to do for us? What is it?
Bob slightly preempted me with this.
Oh, okay, great.
But this is just it's only just a little tiny bit.
Okay, great.
A little bit of Gaudete. And,
wow.
And now...
What have we... Okay.
This is the Coventry, a little bit of the Coventry carol. Dating from the same kind of period, 16th century. One of the oldest carols in our language, indeed, as far as I'm aware, in the culture as a whole. Can you still hear me okay?
I can hear you absolutely perfectly, John.
Good, because the screen has now just got an M in the middle of it, so I'm not.
Well, that's because they're not showing me, and it's you full screen.
Right. Okay. Cool. Well, I can't see myself full screen, but I'm not worried.
Mate, that was lovely.
This is the mandocello, which if you take the
I've never heard of one of those, John.
The mandocello. Now I've got the crumb horn.
The crumb horn, John. To me, the crumb horn sounds like an instrument that Spike Milligan would play in a goon show.
Well, this is what it is the antecedent of the oboe. It was around basically in the 1500s and early 1600s. It's a German name. Krummhorn means crooked horn. And I'm going to do a little bit of O Come All.
Could you show us the crook at the end? Because I didn't quite get the crook.
Can you see the? Can you see the full extent of it?
Wow. There we are. There's the. Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
You can see it all there. You can see.
Thank you, John.
Just a little bit of O Come All Ye Faithful, Adeste Fidelis, which was actually 1700. So a little bit after this would have given up. But let's see. I've had quite a lot of beer now, so. There you go.
That is beautiful, but slightly kazoo-like, if I can be so rude.
No, that's an insult. There's no. But this.
Sorry.
This is my favourite. This it's grotesque, but
What is it?
This is the Renaissance racket. It is the antecedent of the oboe. It was around in the 1500s. But what you've got in here, it's like a stomach. You've got about 8 foot of pipes, which means that this stubby little thing can create a very, very low sound, because obviously the principle of woodwind or sort of blowing instruments is that the more of it there is, the lower the sound. But this is all sort of, if you like, coiled up within itself. So you've got okay, so although, to be honest, in the spirit of Christmas, I think I'll give you. There you go. So,
John, do you know what? I feel that I've been educated in the ways of, or rather initiated, I think. I've been initiated in the ways of of early music. So thank you for joining us, my darling friend.
That's great. It's lovely. It's lovely. I'm very much enjoying the evening, and well done. And it's worth saying as well. Please, everyone, donate to the good causes, to the Samaritans and Trust will Trust. Both of them doing a lot of very good work in a very difficult time. That's one of the fundamental things that we who are privileged enough to have this platform obviously need to do and are doing, which is getting on here at a time when everyone's locked into their own homes and actually trying to do what we can to raise money for those who are far less fortunate than we are.
I think you're absolutely right, John, and thank you for saving me from doing a plug. I love you, and
Thank you
always
very much
will,
for having me.
my darling friend. Massively overrunning, and thank you so much for hanging on.
This is an absolute pleasure. I'm really enjoying it.
It's a lovely old bizarre old evening, and it's just great. I love the fact that we got Denise Miner nattering on about Howling Wolf, and I love the fact that we've got John showing us his
I don't know what John was showing us, but I really enjoyed it.
Well, one was a crumhorn.
I know. I mean, that sounded like something out of like a Grimm's fairy tale, but I really enjoyed it. I mean, to say really enjoyed it, I really was mesmerised.
Learned from it, experienced it.
I was totally into it. More of that, please. I can't offer that, by the way. Nothing, zero musical talent, I'm afraid.
Oh man, well, I've got a man later on who will disagree with you, who's Buff Whaley, who runs the Commoners Choir, but I'm sure he'll take issue with that. Talk us through how's your Christmas going?
Fine. My kids are bouncing off the walls. They are on the best class A's of their life, which is Christmas fun times. I think they're now in bed. So, but it's been quite hard to get them into bed, but they're very excitable. So yeah, I mean, I'm at home like everyone. I'm at home. We're not going anywhere. We're not doing anything. And yeah.
Can I just suggest, can you still get Phenergan over the counter?
What's Phenergan?
Phenergan is a travel sickness pill that also works wonders at just gently edging children towards sleep and a calmer existence.
Oh, really? How will I get them to? What do I sort of crush it into their?
They're little blue pills. They're you just need to remember Phenergan.
Little blue pill before bedtime, sweetie.
yeah. Look at this. It's just so that you. Exactly. It's a little bit. Well, but you gave birth to them, so.
I'm gonna. Well, actually, I didn't even give birth to them, so I didn't even have that badge to carry with me. My partner did. I'm very much of the. Why would I do it when I can get her to do it? But I, when we were
the
doing
lazy approach.
Oh God, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I say this as a bloke.
I'm in your camp, Mark. Totally. Although I do find that the laziness ended as soon as they were born because they.
Yeah, that's when the active bit takes up. That's when the Catholic Church abandons them.
Oh yeah.
When the heavy work begins.
Well, listen, Mark, the Catholic Church abandoned us at birth because.
Oh yeah, that's it. As soon as you're out, boom, you're done. Goodbye.
Yeah. I'm sorry, original sin, and you're out.
Yeah. So tell me about your musical choices for tonight. What have we got?
I think my first musical choice, which is Paul McCartney, Simply Having a Wonderful Christmas Time. I feel like, is that not my first Christmas? Is that it?
Yeah. I'm just curious as to why he picked it. I think it's a really brave and lovely choice.
This is a very controversial choice. I literally don't know anyone who likes this song. And I love it.
Give you a suggestion here.
Okay, go on.
Tom McRae.
Oh yeah.
Tom McRae did a version of Simply Having a Wonderful Christmas Time.
I haven't heard it.
Which is so wonderfully depressing. It starts with someone lighting a match, inhaling, and some ice clinking in a glass, and then you just hear. Down, 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 down. The time is right. Down, down.
Do you know what? That's quite an interesting take because the reason why I like it so much, I think because it reminds me. I think when it came out, I must have been about 5 or 6 years old. So it just really reminds me of being a child and of that feeling you have of Christmas, which you can't get
Look,
at any other
I
point.
completely get that, because my dad used to play Tijuana Brass carol songs. Do you remember the Tijuana Brass? And who did that? Right, that's the band, right?
Okay.
And he used to play their carol songs. So for me, Christmas goes.
I know exactly what you mean. It's the kind of music you get when you're in a department store now.
Yeah, it very much is. But the thing about it is, when it's the music you associate with your early childhood memories, though, that's the stuff that sticks with you and stays with you. And you can, you can be as hip as you like, but you ain't going to flush that stuff out.
And I confess that even though, because like sometimes things that you like when you're a kid, as you get older, you're like, oh, come on, that's fucking terrible. But I actually still really enjoy that song. And when it comes on, if it's on the radio, or if it comes on somebody's Spotify playlist or whatever it is, I'm like, don't skip this one. I'm into it. I like it.
I'm with you. Do you know, bizarrely, my embarrassing secret is the Wombles.
Did the Wombles have a Christmas song?
Oh, mate, they had so much. They had so much. I loved Mike Batt, and I loved the Wombles.
I love the Wombles. The Wombles.
If you minuet, come womble to your partner, come womble. If you minuet lo allegretto, you will live to be.
I remember that. Yeah.
So there's lots of wombling songs. I actually once did a telly thing where we did a whole Lou Reed, Velvet Underground, Andy Warhol Factory beginning. And so we had this band playing and all this, and we had someone in a wig and sort of filming everything on Super 8 and models all sort of body painted. And we sung Underground Overground to the tune of Waiting for My Man.
Oh, that's brilliant. I mean, that's when I hear Underground Overground, then I'm just like, I'm a child again. I love it. Why are we putting the Wombles? Why are the Wombles not on anymore? There's no better children's television than that.
Oh, also, I think a wonderful example of a multicultural society there, Madame Cholet, French, and then you've got, of course, the fact that they were eco tidy uppers.
They were cleaning up all the litter on Wimbledon Common.
In fact, they were picking up the pieces and turn them into something new. That's what we do. So let's have your first song, which is Paul McCartney.
Oh, Simply Having a Wonderful Christmas Time.
The mood is right, the spirit's up. We're here tonight, and that's enough. Simply having a wonderful Christmas time. Simply having a wonderful Christmas time. The party's on, the feeling's here. That only comes this time of year. Simply having a wonderful Christmas time. Simply having a wonderful Christmas time. The choir of children sing their song. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding. We're simply having a wonderful Christmas time. Simply having a wonderful Christmas time. The word is out about the town to lift a glass. Oh, don't look down. Simply having a wonderful Christmas time. party's on, the spirit's up. We're here tonight, and that's enough. Simply having a wonderful Christmas time. We're simply having a wonderful Christmas time. The mood is right, the spirit's up. We're here tonight. Oh, that's enough. We're simply having a wonderful Christmas time. Simply having a wonderful Christmas time. Simply having a wonderful Christmas time. Wonderful Christmas
I'm really, really sorry that I introduced the Wombles. I can't
Why?
apologise enough for that.
No, I'd never be sorry about that. I think that myself and there'll be other people watching this will be like, yeah, why didn't anyone pick that as one of their Christmas songs? In fact, I think there'll be some real pushback about that. So
There might be a little bit of pushback. I also met Mike Batt once on what,
Did
you know,
you?
on sort of like loose ends on Radio
Loose
4.
Ends is one of those shows where you meet people that you like would never ever meet, but that you're like, I think I love you. This is
I met Nick Lowe, who used to run Stiff record label, had his own band, was an incredible musician in his own right, and also a songwriter for Johnny Cash.
Whoa.
A songwriter for Johnny Cash, and he told me Johnny Cash stories. And I'm not going to tell them to you because we haven't got the time, but
another time you're going to tell me some Johnny Cash stories because I bet they are amazing stories.
They're great. I'm going to save them for you, Jen. They are.
Yeah, no, you do for over a pint. When I did Loose Ends, I ended up having a pint because this is what happens. Loose Ends is recorded very early in the morning for people who don't know, and then they take you to the pub afterwards. And I did Loose Ends with Grace and Perry, and then it was such a surreal thing. And then we went to the pub, and then I was just in the pub with Grace and Perry for 2 hours having a pint. Well, not just one pint, obviously, several pints. At like 11 in the morning. It was brilliant. It's brilliant. They haven't had me back. I don't know why.
Tell me about your second choice.
Okay, so my second choice is Chris Rea, Driving Home for Christmas, which obviously there's been a lot of jokes about that, haven't it? Oh, I think I see Chris Rea on the A1 doing a U-turn. Anyway, no, I won't be delivering any of those puns. Thank you very much. But
why did you choose it?
I chose it because when I got together with my partner, who I've been with for 15 years, this was her favourite Christmas song. And I had been utterly indifferent to this song up until we got together. And I think it was because it was a song that when she used to drive back from wherever she lived, because her parents live out in the sticks, so it was always a long drive for her to get home for Christmas. She would put this on, and just one time I was driving back with her at Christmas time, and it was just a really, I don't know, I suppose it was quite romantic. We were just driving back together, and it was frosty, and this was before we had kids. And then that track came on, and she was like, "Oh my god, this is my favorite Christmas song of all time." And I'm like, "I know, we don't stop banging on about it." And then it played, and it just made me feel really, I don't know, sort of nostalgic for something I hadn't felt before. I don't know, because
it's a love song for you.
In a sort of weird way, I think it is. Yeah.
How utterly brilliantly romantic.
Yeah, it's sort of romantic. It just reminds me of being in the car with my partner, and it's Christmas, and we're all sort of we still sort of loved up, and yeah, it's kind of romantic, really. Yeah.
Oh, that's really lovely.
I mean, we don't play it anymore, obviously, but
after 15 years. It's just German industrial experimental music from now on in.
Just play the German house now.
Let's have it. This is Chris Rea. Listen, thank you so much, Jen.
Oh,
Really
it's
love
been
you,
such
mate.
a pleasure, Mark, and thank you so much for doing this. And do donate. Donate, please, if you can. I know we're all strapped for cash, but there's a lot of other people who are in a lot worse situation than all of us. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
I'm driving home for Christmas. Oh, I can't wait to see those faces. I'm driving home for Christmas, yeah. Well, I'm moving down that line, and it's been so long, but I will be there. I sing this song to pass the time away, driving in my car, driving home for Christmas. It's gonna take some time, but I'll get there. Top to toe in tailbacks. Oh, I got red lights all around, but soon there'll be a freeway, yeah. Get my feet on holy ground. So I sing for you, though you can't hear me when I get through, and feel you near me. I'm driving home for Christmas. Driving home for Christmas with 1,000 memories. I take a look at the driver next to me. He's just the same, just the same. Top to toe in tailbacks. Oh, I got red lights all around. I'm driving home for Christmas, yeah. Get my feet on holy ground. So I sing for you, though you can't hear me when I get through. Go and feel you near me, driving in my car, driving home for Christmas. Driving home for Christmas with 1,000 memories. I take a look at the driver next to me. He's just the same. He's driving home, driving home, driving home for Christmas.
Well, welcome back, everyone. Johnny, can you hear us now? Ah, well, we can't hear Johnny. Johnny, you're going to have to. This is rather unfortunate because Johnny and Josie are with us live from Glasgow.
Okay, I fixed it.
Okay.
I have. How about, okay, so hopefully that'll keep working. And if it doesn't, well, Merry Christmas.
Okay, now we have to explain what's going to happen next, which is I wrote to Bill Drummond, who he was KLF, managed Teardrop Explodes, Eck and the Bunnymen. I'm very, very quickly going to tell you about doing a gig with McCulloch from Ian from Echo and the Bunnymen, which was I did an anti-war gig with him at the Empire, the Shepherd's Bush Empire. You know the venue there, don't you?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, very well.
Love it.
Which is an absolute brilliant venue, and there's loads and loads of really famous people there and all of that. And my son was with me because it was such a stellar lineup, and I think Charlie was about 8. And McCulloch was just standing there, he's just chatting away, you know, and he's got a brandy or something on the go, and he's smoking away. And somebody said, "Mark, would you like to come down to do a sound check?" And I turned to my son, who's 7 or 8, and said, do you want to wait in the dressing room, or do you want to come down with me? And McCulloch goes, "I'll babysit the lad if you like." So my son, which I thought was rather lovely, an introduction to rock and roll early on. But I wrote a letter to Bill Drummond, and I said to him, "Would you like to come on the show?" And he replied, and he said, "I have a habit allowing one of my other selves to write plays where I would not dare. Over the past few months, anytime I approach to be involved in any branch of the media, Tenzin Scott Brown responds by writing one of his 40-second plays. Neither I nor he expects them to be performed, but at times they are. They will never be more than 40 of these very short plays. Attached is one of these plays that has been written in response to your text message. Yours, Bill." Postscript, because he'd just moved house. He says, "I'm about to make our first hot meal in the new home." So this is Bill Drummond's response to "Will you choose your 2 favourite Christmas songs?" He wrote an introduction and then 2 short plays. Josie, Johnny, in your own time.
Okay. Needle and Groove is a 40-second play by Tenzin Scott Brown. Needle and Groove was written by Tenzin Scott Brown in response to Bill Drummond receiving a text message from Mark Thomas. Mark Thomas is a comedian. This was the text message. "Hi, Bill. As you know, Christmas can be absolutely shite for some people, so I have an idea and I hope you can join in. I'm going to host a YouTube event on the 24th of December from 8:30 through to 11:30, where comics, performers and artists get to choose 2 of their favourite Christmas songs. I'm asking comics to do 10-minute slots. I will intro you and chat about your song choice. We need your song choices in advance. Are you up for this?" Needle and Groove is a 2-hander. The 2 characters are Needle and Groove. Needle is a needle on a record player, and Groove is a groove on a record. They both have issues. Too many issues to be included in one 40-second play, but to give some sort of backstory, Tenzin Scott Brown invited a wooden wind-up record player that had been owned by Bill Drummond's great uncle Tom to provide the introduction for this 40-second play. "Hello, my name is Gramophone. I'm made of wood and I'm old. In fact, I don't know how old or where I am, or whenever the last time anyone ever played a record on me, or even if I still exist. But here I sort of am, providing the introduction to whatever a 40-second play by Tenzin Scott Brown is. Back in the 1920s, as in the roaring 20s, I was young and hip. I was brought brand new by a Tom Copeman. He had survived the trenches and was now writing record reviews for the Eastern Daily Press. He got sent all the new releases by those record companies down in London, and this Tom Copeman would wind me up, slip the record out of the sleeve, position it neatly on the spindle, screw a fresh needle into my arm and drop that needle into the groove. It was loud and I was clear. And sometimes Tom Copeman would play me when others were there to listen and maybe even dance. The young ladies could shimmy their dresses and shake their beads, and the young and damaged men could forget for a minute or two the sight of their best mate being gunned down in front of them as they went over the top for that last time in Passchendaele. Those were the days. But Tom Copeman was an ambitious young man. Reviewing records was not the future when those 20s stopped roaring and the young ladies stopped shimming their dresses and shaking their beads. And the young and damaged men were no longer young, but still damaged for the rest of their lives. These were my dark years. They lasted almost 3 decades, but then I turned up in the bedroom of a coal manse in a small town in southwest Scotland. I shared the bedroom with a wee lad. Tom Copeman was this wee lad's distant great uncle. A great uncle who taught him about how cavemen made their flint arrowheads and how Roman coins could be found in the ploughed fields of Norfolk. Those were the days. Between the running of the Sparling and bluebells bursting into bloom on the banks of the Penkiln Burn, and the rooks rebuilding their nests in the spring, and the wee lad dressing up as a caveman for the pageant and learning his lines for Halloween night, and collecting of branches for the bonfire and Guy Fawkes night, this wee lad would wind me up. And this wee lad would change my needles and drop them into the same grooves of the very same records that the young ladies had shimmied their dresses and shook their beads to, while the young and damaged men tried to forget that moment their best mate was shot dead in front of them as they went over the top for that last time in Passchendaele for a war that none of them really knew what they were fighting for. And the wee lad would dance around his bedroom naked as the young and damaged men like to imagine their young ladies to be. And they shimmied their dresses and shook their beads. Then in the summer of '63, the wee lad disappeared for some months, and then he came back. But something was different about him. The wee lad no longer wanted to play those records that his distant great uncle Tom used to play, while the young ladies would shimmy their dresses and shake their beads, while the young and damaged men tried to forget that moment their best mate was shot dead in front of them as they went over the top for that last time in Passchendaele. Instead, this wee lad had a different record in every sense of the way. It was small, only 7 inches across, and it was made from plastic and had to be played at 45 revolutions per minute. This record was stupid, made no sense, but the wee lad kept on trying to play it on me. But I could not play a 45 revolutions per minute because my name was Gramophone, and I played at 78 revolutions per minute, and my needle tore up the grooves on this wee lad's record that was only 7 inches across. One thing I do know is that this record that belonged to the wee lad was called Cinnamon Cinder by the Pastel Six. I know that because I know things. Then the wee lad gave up. I never saw him dance naked again, and the young ladies that shimmied their dresses and shook their beads had become old ladies. And the young and damaged men who had tried to forget that moment when their best mate was shot dead in front of them as they went over the top for that last time in Passchendaele were old but still damaged men. And they no longer thought about naked ladies, but the wee lad was now thinking about naked ladies. Then one day, the wee lad brought another record player into his bedroom. It was not refined and wooden like me. It did not have to be wound up like me. It just had to be plugged in and switched on. It did not have needles that shone and were sharp like mine. It was grey and dull looking. It had a name, but not like my name, Gramophone. Its name was Danset Monarch. But the wee lad, who was no longer wee, loved this record player called Danset Monarch. He played all sorts of records on it, and he never wound me up anymore. And most of the records that this wee lad, who was no longer wee and thought about naked ladies, played were rubbish. There was no way the young ladies would have shimmied their dresses and shook their beads to. But there was one record he played over and over. It was called Where Does the Time Go? By a young lady singer called Fairport Convention. And sometime he cried when he played it. And then long after I had gone and Danset Monarch had gone, I could hear the wee lad who was no longer wee nor even young cry. This was on the 25th of July 2009. This was also the day the last of the young and damaged men who had tried to forget the moment when their best mate was shot dead in front of them as they went over the top for the last time at Passchendaele died. His name was Harry Patch, and he was 111 years old. The wee lad, who was no longer wee, was 58 years old, and while he cried, he wrote on a piece of paper that when he died, he would like the record Where Does the Time Go? Sung by the young lady called Fairport Convention to be played as his coffin goes into the flames. And that, I think, is the end of my introduction to this 40-second play by Tenzing Scott Brown. And now is where the actual 40-second play starts. Take one. I will play the part of Needle, Josie will play the part of Groove.
Sure.
Have you read the introduction that Gramophone has done for this play?
Yeah. Why?
Well, it seems like he's wanting to take over the whole thing. I mean, this 40-second play is supposed to be about us and what we think. And instead, it's about his pompous thoughts about everything.
Yeah, well, that's what he's always been like.
I mean, I was wanting to tell the story about how wee lad used to keep me on his bedside cabinet so he could see how deep he could prick his finger, you know, just to see how much pain he could withstand.
Hang on a minute. I thought we as characters were just supposed to be symbolic of something, not actual individuals with personal stories to tell.
No, you're the groove on that record, Cinnamon Cinder, that he was going on about.
Well, if that's the case, are you the needle that totally tore me up so I can never be played again?
Afraid so. But at least wee lad kept you, even though he couldn't play you. Once he realised he could not bend me into a fishhook, he threw me into the Penklin burn.
So where am I?
In a box of records in the attic above the kitchen in the curfew tower.
The end, or at least the end of take 1.
Take 2. Have you read that introduction that Gramophone has done for this play?
Yeah, I mean, it's obvious that he never read that text message from Mark Thomas properly.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, he's obviously thinking that Mark Thomas should play Cinnamon Cinder by the Pastel Six and Who Knows Where the Time Goes by Fairport Convention, neither of which are Christmas songs.
Yeah, and Fairport Convention wasn't a girl, they were a band.
Yes, it was Sandy Penny. That was the singer. She died, you know.
Yeah, they all die.
Yeah, we don't.
Anyway, that leaves us to choose what the 2 Christmas records ought to be. I Bagsy Fairy Tale of New York by the Pogues.
And I Bagsy a track off Phil Spector's Christmas album.
Deal.
Although I should say, I've already Bagsy'd a track off Phil Spector's Christmas album, so in your eye, Drummond.
Oh, my darlings, can I just say thank you? What a wonderful reading. And that was Bill Drummond's the introduction and his short play in response to my text asking him to come and do the show. It is somewhat wonderful that Bill should go, right, Mark's asked me to choose 2 songs. I'll write a play. So listen, thank you ever so much for doing that. I really appreciate it. We're going to see you later on. Love you both.
See you in a bit.
See you soon.
Love you, Mark.
Oh my goodness. So Chris, who have we got next on our fun cavalcade of people who hooray! Hello, how are you?
Hello, mate. Happy Christmas Eve.
Happy Christmas Eve to you. Have you had what I wanted to ask actually, because one of the things that I love about Christmas is all the different traditions that we share, but we also do our little own individual takes on them. Have you had any of your Christmas traditions? Have they been committed yet?
Well, we've done.
We've only been married a year, so we're still sort of working them out.
Still figuring that out, yeah. But there is a sort of tradition that we've built over this year, which is not a Christmas tradition, but basically a daily tradition, which is to walk in increasingly large circles from our house. And the extent to which we've sort of initially just taken an interest in other properties nearby, just, oh, that's a nice house, or, oh, they've got their Christmas lights up.
Basically, we peep.
We're peepers.
We peep.
With regret, sorry.
But you do it you do peep, but you're doing it in a pattern of an old kind of ancient stonework circle, concentric.
That's exactly it.
Yeah.
So I'd like to think that you're reaching out to your roots and culture.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's right. It's a community thing, you know, and we should be thanked.
Yeah.
It is. Well, it's the spiral of Mother Earth.
That's right. And it's not pervy. I mean, we've not seen anything we shouldn't see, but we do judge people's Christmas decorations. There's a road. You
would be a fool not to.
There's a road near us, right? Long road, nice houses. Put it like this: if a Tudor walked down it, he'd go, "I think I'm being mocked." Right? And
lovely houses, massive front yards,
huge. Not a light, not one.
Not a single light.
Dirty
not just outside.
bastards.
Not even. Not a tree in sight.
That drives me mad. That absolutely drives me nuts. Because just down in our street, there's a family down here, right? every single day they change one of their lights outside. They got loads and loads of lights. It's amazing.
That's
But
magical.
every day something new turns up there, and you just go, "Oh, what have they got today?"
That's magical. We can't put anything out the front of our house, but we've just stopped shutting the curtains so that anyone passing can enjoy our Christmas tree.
So you've become the PP.
Yeah,
exactly. We are PP. Yeah, so that's been a tradition. We've just been for further and further walks every day, and we had a lovely one this evening, shortly before we came to talk to you. Actually, it's great.
Well, I'm delighted you had a nice one. It's a really nice evening. One of the things that I really liked about lockdown, which wasn't a huge amount, to be honest, but one of the things I liked was in the first sort of 2 weeks, I would go out every single night, but I'd always, because I'd spent the first lockdown, I always thought we should name lockdowns in the way that we named storms and hurricanes.
Yeah.
So we had sort of lockdown comings, as I like to call it.
Yeah.
So lockdown comings, I stayed with my mum. And because I was sort of caring for her, what I would do is go out late at night to kind of avoid people.
Exactly. Great time to walk.
It's a brilliant time to walk. And indeed, I spoke to Richard Herring earlier about how Dickens used to like walking around at night time. He was a big night perambulist.
And also dressed himself up as the characters he was writing, and he would pose in front of the mirror in these costumes and making shapes so that he could accurately describe the physicality.
No.
Yes.
I tell you what happened was his cleaner walked in and he was all bound up in chains and he went, "I'm the ghost of Christmas past. It's a character." So what's your song choices?
Who's going first? You go
I'll go first. Mine is "Oh Holy Night."
Beautiful.
I think I quite like the Nat King Cole version.
Well, that's the one we're playing, so you better lean into it.
But there's loads of different versions. I've sung in choirs since I was a very small girl, right through until until now. All different sorts of choirs. And "Oh Holy Night" is one of those Christmas songs that even if you're not Christian, I think it has like a holiness to it that even if you don't believe in actual Jesus and God and all those kinds of things, I do think that Christmas is a time that is about specialness and everyone coming together for whatever reason it is. And I think "Oh Holy Night," whenever I hear it, it has that specialness to it, that sort of stop still and listen.
I'm completely with you on that. Completely with you on that. I think there's a wonderful, for me, the big thing about Christmas is the fact that it's the shortest days of the year.
Yeah,
This is the week and the shortest days of the year. And there's something brilliant about human beings going, "We'll have our main party here."
Yeah. We'll
and
put
that's a wonderful thing.
We'll feast. We'll look after each other. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. In the shortest, coldest, nastiest, darkest time, we'll have a right old knees up and we'll take care of each other. And I think there's it's like the human race has stuck its two fingers up at winter.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah,
And
right,
I think the word holy is such an important one. Like I say, it doesn't necessarily have to do with religion, although it does, but I suppose it just means sacred. And I think that this time of year, whatever you do with it, you need to have something sacred, especially at the moment.
Well, also it's holy day.
Yeah.
It's our holiday. Originally, I'm so sorry, but you've opened a door.
The doors.
I'm really sorry. I think I'm right in saying it was 5/27, which was when we got 12 days feasting. So we got the 12 days of Christmas that came in, and they were all holy days. So they just went, "Oh God, who have we got? Well, Jesus was born here. So then we've got to have, we've got John the Baptist, and then and so they had to try and find loads of saints that they could shove in to get 12 days. And what I want to know is why have the Tories taken them all from us? We used to have 12 days off. But let's play your beautiful choice. Holy Night.
Oh, holy night, the stars are brightly shining. It is the night of the dear Savior's birth. Long lay the world in sin and error pining, till he appeared and the soul felt its worth. A thrill of hope, the weary world rejoiced as for yonder breaks a new and glorious morn. Fall on your knees, oh, hear the angel voices, oh, night divine, oh, night when Christ was born, oh, night divine, oh, night divine. Oh, night divine, oh, night when Christ was born. Oh, night divine, oh, night, oh, night
So,
voice like caramel. Right? Just literally, that is caramel. That's what happens when you melt sugar and butter together. You get Nat King Cole.
Well, I was going to say Caramac, but caramel, Caramac, you know. So listen, I was just talking to you about, because we've had dedications, and if you are watching, you can email in a dedication at tommoschristmas@gmail.com and it will get scrawled across the bottom. I'm going to send a dedication out to my neighbours, because we've just been discussing how good neighbours are lovely and beautiful things. And I took some little Christmas cakes round to neighbours. Yesterday, I get this knock on the door. A lovely Lithuanian neighbour is just going, hello, darling, I bring you something from Lithuania. I said, oh, thank you, that's really kind. She goes, here, darling, and she leaves a box and she goes off and it's all wrapped up and it's got ribbon on it. I thought, I really ought to open it. Man, I promise you, we have got there's jars of sprats from Riga in oil. There is Stollen bread. There is traditional Lithuanian mulled wine. There's I've just been spoiled. So I want to dedicate anything that goes out from now on in to my Lithuanian neighbours.
Wonderful. Well,
Really
I was
nice.
very envious. We were just talking about the fact that you have successfully cooked mincemeat baklava.
Yeah.
Mate. Like, those are two of my favourite things in the world. I've made the biggest jar of mincemeat.
Well, it is the thing of what's not to like about this.
Exactly.
Do you know what I mean? It's like the butter and the sugar.
Yeah, there it is.
I'm just going to give you one tip on this. Okay, you need to really find this for yourself. But orange zest.
Yeah. In the mincemeat.
Yeah. When you mix up the chopped pistachios and almonds, ground almonds, chopped pistachios, mincemeat, orange zest.
Oh, my Lord. So delicious.
So, okay, what's your next choice? Tell me your next choice. Because I'm beginning to salivate.
This is a huge favourite of mine. Many, many years ago, on a punt, I picked up a cheap vinyl copy of a record called Soul Christmas. It's a great record. Every single track on there is beautiful. And the first track absolutely stopped me dead still. Ba, ba, da, 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 da. It's Backdoor Santa by Clarence Carter, which I think is also the filthiest Christmas tune I've ever heard. But I love it. Clarence Carter.
I'm trying to think if I can outdo you on the filthiest Christmas tune, but I really think you've got it.
I think it's got to be up there.
Just the title, does it?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it does follow on from sort of like a Howling Wolf and Backdoor Man and all of that kind of.
There's a moment. There's a moment
but the-
where he goes, oh, oh, oh. Like it really leans into the microphone as well. I'm a big fan of his. He wrote one of our favourite songs we play in the car all the time called Patches.
Oh, yeah. I love
Beautiful, beautiful song. It's wonderful. But yeah, Backdoor Santa by Clarence Carter.
Well, listen, that's what we're going to play now. And thank you, the pair of you, for coming along.
Merry Christmas.
Much love. South
in.
London loves you. We love you. Mwah.
See you soon.
Happy Christmas.
On one of our walks, mate.
I'll join you.
Yes.
They call me Backdoor Santa. I make my runs about the break of day. They call me Backdoor Santa. I make my runs about the break of day. Oh, oh, oh. I make all the little girls happy while the boys are out to play. Look at here. I ain't like old Saint Nick. He don't come but once a year. Oh, 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 oh. I ain't like old Saint Nick. He don't come but once a year. But look at here. I come running with my presents every time you call me dear. Look at here. I keep some change in my pocket in case the children at home. I give them a few pennies so that we can be alone. I leave the back door open so if anybody smells a mouse, and would no Santa be in trouble if ain't no chimney in the house. They call me Backdoor Santa. I make my runs about the break of day. Look at here. I make all the little girls happy while the boys are out to play. That's what they call me, Backdoor Santa. That's what they call me. They call me Backdoor Santa. That's what all the girls call me. I give them all the presents. That's what they call me. They call me Backdoor Santa. And I like them to call me that. They call me Backdoor Santa. And I like it.
With us now is Ian Rankin. Mr. Rebus, how are you?
I'm all right, man. I'm all right. I'm tired but happy.
Do you want to share why, or would you rather not?
Yeah. I mean, you know, we all know about care homes. We all know about, you know, old folk in care homes and the problems they've had with their families and stuff. But there's a lot of younger people out there with special needs who are in homes as well. And our son is one of them. And we've not seen much of him since March. And then a few days ago, we were told that he could come home. And then he couldn't come home. Then he could come home. So we brought him home today and he's going back tomorrow. So I keep running through to his bedroom to check if he's up to any mischief. He's 26 and he's pretty lively, pretty sparky, and he's pretty excited. So if I need to rush off at any moment, it's just to check on him.
That's a brilliant, you know, that is such a heartwarming story. That's just brilliant. I'm delighted for you.
Yeah, I know. Well, it's kind of, I mean, yeah, being told, I mean, it's been a weird year. I mean, it's been a weird year for everybody, but he's been in lockdown since the beginning of March. You know, they locked down early, his compound, and we weren't allowed to see him at all for a while. And then he said, oh, the weather's lovely. Why don't you look through the gate or over the wall and you can see him? So we had that for a while. And then just recently they changed it and they said, you can come in if you wear PPE, one person at a time per visit. And then that had to stop for various reasons. And then he said he can maybe come home, then he couldn't come home, then he can come home. So, but, you know, until we all get the vaccine, it's going to be pretty tough on anybody with special needs because they're especially vulnerable. So you don't want them to, you know, when he goes back tomorrow he's going to have to go into a kind of lockdown in his bedroom. He'll get tested and be in lockdown for a week just to make sure nobody else in the facility gets anything.
There's a friend of mine who's a manager for a kind of assisted living place with people with special needs, and he said the one thing that was really interesting was the fact that the people he works with just got the rules immediately. As soon as the rules were clear rules, then that they were the rules. That was it. And
yeah, well, I mean, if it's to protect people, of course, you know. I mean, if COVID got into we know when COVID gets into a care home, it goes through it like wildfire, whether it's the staff or the you know the people they're caring for, or everybody and anybody. So yeah, I mean, if people are vulnerable, you've got to be especially cautious, and we're all aware of that. We all appreciate that. We'll appreciate, and the people in the care homes, man, they are phenomenal. They're phenomenal. You know, they kept us, although we've not seen Kit for months. We get emails, we get photos, we get video, we get updates, what he's up to. They're taking him swimming because there's a swimming pool. They're feeding him, they're hanging out with him. They're just phenomenal people. I really respect.
I did a podcast with people, interviewing people working in the NHS and in care homes during the first period of the COVID lockdown. And there's a lovely chap who is a Liverpudlian. And I just said, what, how have you found it? And he said, I know you're not supposed to hug anyone, but there are people who really need the hugs, you know. And he said, there's one fella, I just get on with him. And I said, well, what do you do? He said, well, we just click. And I said, yeah, but what do you do? He said, well, whenever he sees me, he starts doing play fighting kung fu. And I said, well, what do you do? He said, I join in. And I just thought, and I was incredibly moved by that idea of someone's professional, and it genuinely is professionalism, that was their response to engage with
connection.
people.
It's all about connection, you know. I mean, I think one of the problems with this whole pandemic is that the very things that make us a society are being taken away from us. The notion of being sociable, the notion of social connections have been taken away, stripped away from us. And we are now fearing the very people who could be our friends and our neighbours and everything else. We're being told they're potentially the enemy.
Well, this is the weird thing that I found about the clap for carers. I found it suddenly occurred to me while I was out there that what we were listening to was the sound of flesh against flesh, which was a thing which we weren't experiencing.
Yeah.
We were literally hearing other people's touch, which was the thing that we were denied.
Yeah. And I mean, I think a lot of our wiring will have changed, and there'll be some people who never go back again. There'll be people who just are now mistrustful, and they're not going to want to go back into social situations. You know, I mean, it's going to be a while before a lot of them go back into sweaty clubs or bars or anything else. So it's, yeah, well, I mean, I think there's a long term, there's a long tail COVID for all of us.
I think you could be right. Tell us about your music, because you've got one of my favourite choices that you've got tonight.
All right. Well, is it the first one? Is it Charlie Brown?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I couldn't believe nobody chose this before me. I got in first with this.
I have to say, there are other people who followed rapidly after you and just missed it.
Man, Vince Guaraldi. Christmas isn't Christmas till I get my Charlie Brown CD out. And the CD I've got, you can actually, in fact, if I turn my phone around, you can see it. You can turn it into a little kind of festive scene. So Snoopy's doghouse is the kind of is the festive scene. The kind of almost like there's a manger in the middle of it, and all the characters are around it. So you've got that from the cardboard outer sleeve of the CD.
Brilliant.
Then you stick the CD on, and you get Vince Guaraldi. Just brilliant. You know, I didn't. Did you grow up on Snoopy? I didn't really grow up on Snoopy.
I didn't really, but I have to say the music is one of the things that kind of like eked into me without me realizing.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, stuff like The Great Pumpkin and that meant nothing. What is that? I've no idea what that is even. And Thanksgiving, what? So a lot of it was so American that I didn't get it. But as I get older, I like it more and more. And I do think that Vince Guaraldi is a great jazz musician. and he's got great musicians around him. And what track? I'm just looking here.
Can I?
Oh yeah,
can I-
Christmas Time Is Here is the one I've chosen. Christmas Time Is Here, and
I'm
I
gonna
hope
make
you've got
a
the right one. I
terrible
hope you've got
faux
the
pas with you.
instrumental one, not the one with the lyrics.
Yes, I'm going to make a faux pas, right? And I will be picked up by jazz fans all over. I think there's a touch of Bill Evans about Vince Guaraldi. There is a lightness and a classicism to his jazz that
Yeah, but I think Vince has got a sense of humour that I don't really get so much in Bill.
I
Bill's
don't
pretty-
think Bill. No, I think you're possibly right there. I think you're possibly right. But there is that set. There is an incredible sense of playfulness, which is obviously why he's been chosen to do the music for Charlie Brown, Snoopy.
Yeah, and it's just. I mean, for me now, it is Christmas.
Let's play it. Ian Rankin. That was your, well, do you know, that's almost a perfect image of you, just taking a little slug there.
I got this beer nativity thing. You get 25 cans, and it was for charity. So I don't feel bad about drinking the cans. So you open one can a day, kind of advent calendar style.
So you've got an Advent beer.
Yeah,
that is
all
amazing.
The money's going to charity. So there you go. A bit like you tonight. It's not the Samaritans and it's not a Trussell Trust, but it is a kind of homeless charity in Edinburgh. So I feel good about it.
Genius. Whoever came up with the idea of an Advent beer calendar, I salute you. What an amazing thing.
Just don't try and hang it on the wall, I would suggest.
And also resist the temptation to open all the windows at once.
Yeah. Well, some of it, I mean, the lagers, you want to chill them a little bit. So you might want to open them early so you can put them in the fridge.
That sounds the talk of a man
always
who's
thinking,
talking his way
always
into
thinking.
What's your next choice of Christmas song?
Well, is it a Christmas song? I don't know. I mean, I said to you, the reason that it's a Christmas song for me is it's literally just come out. It's Blue Rose Code, who's a fantastic Edinburgh born bred musician. He's actually called Ross. And he's with Karine Polwart, another fantastic Scottish musician. But also it's called
outstanding. She is absolutely outstanding.
But the song is called "I Wish You Peace in Your Heart," and I just think that's, is that not the message we're trying to put out at this time of year? And we should be putting that out every time of year. But the song's just literally it's hot off the presses, as we say in the trade. So that to me is going to make it always a kind of winter song. And it's plangent, it's moving, it's emotional, and it'll make you think.
One of the lovely things I thought about Karine, she did a show in Edinburgh at the Edinburgh Festival a few years ago, which was about seasons and nature and her
wind resistance. Resistance.
It was a beautiful piece.
Yeah, it was about her, where she lives south of Edinburgh in the countryside, and what it means and how you connect to it, and how we should connect to nature. And if we don't, we're lost. Yeah, I mean, she's phenomenal. I mean, there was a tiny lull in lockdown, wasn't there, in the summer? And she was at a party in a friend's garden, and she was persuaded to sing a few songs for us.
Oh, how
and
lovely.
Oh my God. So that was the last gig I was at, I guess. The last gig I was at was
But what a gig to be at.
Yeah, no amplification, just her and an acoustic guitar, and some people sitting around with kind of bottles of booze on tartan rugs listening. It was great. And we kind of felt things were maybe coming back to normal, but hey, what did we know?
Well, do you know what? That's a pretty good last gig to have been to.
Yeah. Well, the one before that was Blank Mass, which was full-on techno DJ stuff. So you couldn't get two more different gigs in the world.
Well, let's have that music. Ian, listen, thank you ever so much for joining us. Happy Christmas.
Yeah, same to you. Cheers, Mark. Cheers, everybody.
Take care.
I see you on the road, trying to find your way home, and I wish you peace in your heart. Bring your boat to the shore, don't be alone anymore, and I wish you peace in your heart. With a love you will always know, there is a love you will always know. And we're counting the days, we're decorating our trees, and I wish you peace in your heart. We are another year old, or watch the darkness burst into gold when you find that peace in your heart. With a love you will always know, there is a love you will always know. May this next year go easier on your soul. peace in your heart. May this next year go easier on your soul. May this next year go easier on us all. If nobody told you today that they love you, my brother, I'll make a start. I love you, and I wish you peace in your heart. Well, I do. I wish you peace in your heart. I wish you peace in your heart.
Hiya, Boff. How are you?
Hi. How are you?
I'm very good. I'm very good, thank you. What I'm doing, let me give you your full title. Boff Whaley, ex-Chumbawamba, now maestro of the Commoners Choir. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Good to be here. What a funny and interesting and strange thing this is.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
What I like about it is there's an emotional content here that I don't think people thought they were going to get. I certainly didn't think we were going to get it to the extent that it is. And
Yeah.
who would have thought that we'd have had Attila the Stockbroker talking us through the Crumhorn?
Yeah, that's as emotional as it gets, I think. Yeah.
Well, you, of course, made the fantastic song for Christmas. You did a Christmas song with the Commoners Choir.
Yeah. It was because what's happening is that I've been working with a theatre company in London called Cardboard Citizens, which do a lot of stuff to do with homelessness and housing. And I'm writing a musical with Sarah Woods about this fantastic thing in the 1970s where Heathcote Williams set up a squatting housing estate agency, where basically they housed about 200 people in a year or two by cracking open houses that were empty. And then people would come along to the housing estate agency, the squatting housing estate agency, and get the key and just go and live there. And it's such a lovely idea. And so we were writing a musical about it. And one of the scenes is about the Santa Claus army, who basically kind of, it happened in Denmark and it happened in London, where 200 Santas suddenly appeared and went into some big department store and started taking toys off the shelves and giving them away to everybody. And of course the security and the police and everyone came running in and arrested them, and little children were crying as Santa was being hauled off in the paddy wagons. And it's such a great story.
But if I remember correctly, the police couldn't do them for shoplifting because none of them had left the shop with the goods.
Yeah. Well, they ended up getting kind of when they did it in Denmark, they ended up getting sentences which were basically, okay, we're going to let you off, but we're going to have to kind of make it known that you're not really meant to do this kind of thing. Those kind of sentences. Because they were incredibly popular. Everybody loved them. They were in the papers and everyone thought, yay, what a great idea.
Well, it's about that idea of sharing taken to its logical and rightful conclusion, that we share with those most in need.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember once we were touring in America and Alice from the band, she went on some television program, I can't remember what it was, some national thing. And they said, oh, we've heard that you kind of advocated that if it's like a large record store, that people should go and steal your record from the shops. And she said, yeah, absolutely. And they kind of said, well, here's your chance to, take that back because, that's stealing. She said, no, I'm not taking it back. That's great. And it caused so much trouble. And Virgin Records in America, they were so upset about it that they wouldn't refuse to sell it, but they sold it under the counter. So you had to go and ask for it. So you couldn't steal it.
That is fantastic.
Yeah,
That is the people advocating theft. They actually put extra security measures on.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Man, that's brilliant. So listen, talk me through your Christmas choices, your songs that you wanted.
Well, I had a couple that obviously have already gone. I had one. The Vince Guaraldi is definitely the one that means Christmas to me.
It's beautiful. It's
I didn't know about it till I kind of basically fell in love with an American woman who introduced me to the idea of Charlie Brown's Christmas. I didn't know what that was, and I just thought, this is just gorgeous music. It's fantastic. But anyway, that's the music I'm not choosing. Yeah.
But you've celebrated with us for that music.
Yeah. And I enjoyed listening to it as well. No, I think is the first one that we're going to hear. Is this the Frank Sinatra?
I think it is.
Well, the Franks, like you were saying earlier about Christmas can be a kind of an emotional time as well. So my second choice is very kind of emotional, but the first one is just up, up, up. And the reason I love it is because, Frank's such a kind of, kind of old fuddy-duddy crooner. But he recorded this originally in 1948 and then in 1950 something or other, 57. And the production on it, the arrangement, the backing vocals, the backing singing is just out of this world. And for me, it's a kind of lesson in musicality. It's fantastic.
Well, I think Frank Sinatra is often skipped over because he's easy to get wrong. Because I think when it's okay, bear with me on this one. It's like a Robert Wyatt tune. You think they're simple, but they're not.
Yeah.
Frank Sinatra's phrasing is really, really brilliant.
It is. To actually kind of put those delays on almost every line and get away with it. In fact, when I first heard Snoop Dogg as he became, I remember thinking he's got the Frank Sinatra thing, that thing of sounding like you're being lazy, but actually it's really, really on the ball.
You're absolutely right. I was listening to Snoop Dogg's Christmas album today.
I didn't know he had one.
Yes. Oh man. I think we've actually got a track that we've put for spare. What is it? It's Christmas time in the city. Yeah. Wow. It's a great song. It's a great song. Brilliant. Ain't got no reindeer, got me a couple of blue-nosed pit bulls. Is.
I'm absolutely getting that, yeah.
I can't tell you how great it is. Yeah. But we're going to kick you off with Frank, and here he is.
I love those Jingle bells. Oh, those holiday Jingle bells. Oh, those happy Jingle-bells. I love those Jingle bells. Oh.
Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Dashing through the snow Doodle. In a one-horse open sleigh. Doodle. O'er the fields we go Doodle. Laughing all the way.
Doodle. Bells on bobtail ring, making our spirits bright.
What fun it is to ride and sing a sleighing song tonight. Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
I love those Jingle bells. Oh, those holiday Jingle bells.
Those happy Jingle-bells. I love those jingle bells all the way. Jingle all the way. Merry Christmas.
I think the other thing about Frank Sinatra is he is the only person who can wish you a whole gang of love. God damn, I wish you love. A whole gang of love.
I thought there was going to be some kind of reference to gangsters there. I thought we were going to get
No,
into
but I wish you sunshine in the fall, cozy fire to keep you warm, but most of all, when snowflakes fall, God damn, I wish you love. It's Count Basie. Count Basie's got that amazing sort of orchestral sound, which is so beautiful.
Yeah.
I mean, you have got the Frank Sinatra Live at the Sands. Do you have that album, or do you know that album?
No, I haven't got it, but I know it. Yeah. In fact, I think it was an album that my mum and dad had.
I mean, the singing is utterly amazing.
Yeah.
The cabaret performances are the most dreadful, stomach-churningly awful. He tries to sound black. He puts on, and it's just like, don't do this. It's horrible. It's horrible. But so you just, I mean, sometimes I play it to people to prove how badly wrong it can go.
Yeah.
So listen, tell us what your second choice was, Buff.
My second choice, it couldn't be more different than Frank Sinatra. Actually, it's Elliott Smith singing a George Harrison song, and the reason I wanted to hear this or to let other people hear it is because Elliott Smith was a singer-songwriter he spent most of his time in Portland, Oregon. A beautiful singer-songwriter, and wrote some fantastic songs. He wrote the music that was the soundtrack to Good Will Hunting. That's where I first heard him. And but he had terrible kind of mental health problems all his life, and really huge drug problems. And he ended up committing suicide. And about a year before that, or a year and a half before that, I was living in London just for a year, and my wife was ill, so I went to this gig on my own to see Elliott Smith playing in central London somewhere, and it was snowing. It was properly snowing, and he played his set. He was so incredibly fragile and quiet. You know, the entire audience was like this, just nobody dare whisper because he was so quiet. And he finished, and everybody kind of went crazy and how beautiful that was. And he came back on and did this George Harrison song, which I'd always kind of not really thought much about, but the way he did it. And then I walked out afterwards, and it was still snowing, and this song was just, his version of this song was in my head, and I was crying in the snow and just thinking, this, you know, it was December. It was like December 18th or something like that. And I just thought, this is Christmas. It's got that poignancy and that melancholy that you can get in the snow and at Christmas time, you know, and it makes you think of a lot of people who are struggling at Christmas rather than everybody just jumping around to Frank Sinatra, etc. And that's why I love it. I absolutely love it.
Well, do you know what? I'm now determined to love it because of the story that you've told. Chris, let's play that.
Give me love, give me love, give me peace on earth. Give me life, give me life, keep me free from birth. Give me hope, help me go with this heavy load. Trying to touch and reach you with heart and soul. That I might understand you. Won't you you please, oh, won't you give me love, give me love, give me peace on earth, give me life, give me life, keep me free from birth, give me hope, help me cope with this heavy load, trying to touch and reach you with heart and soul. My Lord. Won't you please, oh, won't you give me love, give me love, give me peace on earth, give me life, keep me free from birth, give me hope, help me cope with this heavy load, trying to touch and reach you with heart and soul. Give me love, give me love, give me peace on earth, give me life, keep me free from birth, give me hope, help me cope with this heavy load, trying to touch and reach you with heart and soul.
Right, before we introduce you, I'm going to, sorry, I'm having a piece of Before I introduce you,
This is dreadful work, Mark.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm having a
You had
small
all
tea
that
break.
time to eat.
Why are you wearing my special glasses?
I thought they'd be fun. I thought because then I seem different from when I was on earlier. When I was on earlier, I was in a play, and this time I'm myself, so I put on a costume.
They're my blue light glasses. Just
Right.
Sorry, Mark.
Before we start, I have to tell you. Did I tell you I was around my mum's tonight?
Yeah.
Because you know, I've talked to you about my mum before, who is just so fucking mad. And she, by the way, we're doing a show tomorrow, aren't we? We're doing a live on for Christmas Day.
We are 11:45 in the morning.
And I'm doing one at 10.
You're doing one at 10 with Robin Ince.
Well, look, I've got my story ready for you for tomorrow.
Do you know which one? Can I ask which one it is? Is that I don't want to give anything away, but
It's the one about going to midnight mass in Cornwall.
That's lovely. With all the that's a lovely story.
So
Yes.
that's the one I thought we'd tell.
Away in a Manger is the
Indeed.
Yeah. Okay, great. I look forward to that.
Now, before my mum, who is incredibly rude, I think I've told you I was cooking in the kitchen because I was looking after her during lockdown, cooking in the kitchen. She wanders in. This is first thing in the morning. I'm doing breakfast, and this is a quote. She goes, "Bollocky, bollocky, 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 bollocks." And I said, "What's wrong?" She went, "Oh fuck, I forgot why I'm swearing," and walks out. So my mum is incredibly rude. But Chris, what I'd like to do, I asked my mum tonight. I went round to do Christmas Eve tea for her, and I took her around a smoked eel.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Yeah, she loves a bit of smoked eel. She's been talking about it all year. So I thought, I turned around. Not the old fucking thing. Right, so I've had all of that. But then I said, would you do a Christmas message? Right?
Oh.
And this is, Chris, have you got this queued up? Let's play my mum's Christmas message. Mum?
Humbug.
Is that your Christmas message to the world, Mum? You're going to do the alternative Queen speech.
Well, have a happy, safe Christmas. Have fun, stay safe, obey the rules. And get rid of this bug. So that next year we can all go mad again. Happy Christmas. We love you all.
like every time she was like, "This has got to be over now," and you were like, "Keep going." She was like,
I know.
"Yes, happy Christmas."
I promise you, when I pressed stop, she went, "You didn't fucking expect that, did you?" So tell me, what are your song choices, my lovely darling people?
Do you want
So mine is Christmas brackets, Baby Please Come Home. I think that's what it's called, isn't it? By Darlene Love from the Phil Spector Christmas album, which I appreciate. We reinterpret after the, sort of.
No, I mean, I
events
think, look, you have to,
superseding it.
Darlene Love is one of the great artists.
Exactly.
I mean,
She didn't do
absolutely
anything.
stone cold classic song.
Yeah. The reason I've
it's-
chosen it is because it's an absolute banger. It's wonderful. It's like, it is a light, fun pop song that is desperate with emotion.
You said,
and that you've got everything in it. You've got everything in 3 minutes.
Yeah. And it's, you've got the wall of sound, you've got bells, you've got everything you want. It sounds like it's snowing in the song. It's, it's perfect. It's a perfect Christmas song.
You said the other day that you think Wizard rips it off.
Oh, everything rips it off. Everything rips it off. It's an absolute trendsetter of, this is silly glasses.
Let's
It's
have
a
it.
trendsetter of a song.
Let's play it.
Okay.
There we are. There was your song.
It's my favourite. I think it's absolutely wonderful, and there's great covers of it, and I listen to it on repeat over the Christmas period.
I mean, I think one of the great songs for Christmas is is Handsome Family, which is there is a song which begins with "I had nothing to say on Christmas Day when you threw all my clothes in the snow, when you shaved off your hair and broke up the chair." It's just this horror story.
I'll tell you something about the Hanson family. They don't have an happy time, do they?
They don't. They're not. There's not much. Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. I think
re-examined how I enjoy music recently, and I've just started seeing it as people and how they behave. And so I'm like, they're not having a happy time year on year.
Yeah, no, I'd go along with that. I'd go along with that to an extent, but I'm trying to think. I've now got "There Will Be Fire in the Blood When the Helicopter Lands," which is another. Which is got. You're absolutely right. They're not having a good time.
They're not having a happy time.
They're not. Not even when they did Bop.
So, Johnny,
bit of fun. Keep it light.
I want you. Your song. You said have you got a song?
I have, and I've gone for what is probably quite an obscure choice. So it's the Trans-Siberian Orchestra, and it's a mixture of the Carol of the Bells alongside God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen.
Can I just say, you put those glasses on deliberately to introduce that, didn't you?
I wanted to look like a prick.
You wanted to look learned.
Yeah.
And now we have Philip Glass's rendition of Rudolph Run Run.
Well, I had quite a hard choice picking it because I got back to you very late, and I also opted for Little Drummer Boy by Bing Crosby and David Bowie.
That's gonna go in the first.
It had gone. Obviously, it had gone
like that.
And I had another anecdote that because I'd seen David Bowie interviewed about doing it some years later, and he said that Bing wasn't really all there anymore when they came to do it, and he was like,
music's like brings you
music
back.
brings you back. So he started to lose memories, and he'd be like, "Oh, hello, I'm Bing. Who are you?" And I'm David Bowie. He goes, "Oh, great, I'm Bing. Who are you?" And that sort of went on for a bit, and he had no idea who David Bowie was whatsoever. But David Bowie found it incredibly sort of moving to have sort of worked with him, and him not to have really known that he'd worked with David Bowie. Anyway, I didn't get that, my first choice. And then my second thought.
Can I just say, I really want that story to be true, but more than that, I want Bing Crosby to have been fucking about with David Bowie.
Oh.
That's a joy, I think, of being older, is that you really can fuck with people.
I know someone who was doing the sound in an interview with Muhammad Ali, and he had his photographer with him. There's a photographer who did travel a lot with Muhammad Ali, and so they're setting up the shots and all of that, and the director's there, and he's trying to be really, really intense and about, and Muhammad Ali pretends to fall asleep, and then he just sits there while he's sitting there. He says, and everyone's whoa, and he's in the chairs. And the photographer goes, don't worry about it. It's just he started reliving his old fights in his sleep. And it gets quite bad. We've had to move his partner out of the bed because, he's reliving the fights. And Ali sat there. And the guy's going, oh my God. And the sound guy, James, my friend, said he was watching Ali and he just saw him open one eye, and it was that look of, oh, I wish I'd been there.
Oh. Well, I hope you're right. I think that would be a fantastic trick to play as an older Bing Crosby.
Oh, can I say, look at the tea towel that I was using.
Oh, wow. That's one of our oldies.
Original.
Almost everything in our house is Mark Thomas merch.
The House of Mark merch. I like that. I like the idea that somewhere there are laminated cards that line your bathroom. Well, look, let's play your choice. And as always, it is a delight to see the pair of you, and Christmas. And I hope.
Oh, I love the sound of the musical about the squatters estate
Oh,
agency.
yeah.
It just makes me so desperate to have been born earlier in life than I was, because I feel like what a cool scene.
Oh, the squatters. I mean, it was really amazing because there's part of Notting Hill, which has Notting Hill Gate was quite a sort of rundown area, and it was big migrant population from the Windrush, and it also had loads of squatters and anarchos and sort of hipsters and weirdos there. And they actually shut down a street. They shut down an entire street and stopped cars coming in. This was, I think, in '74. They declared it its own independent state, and they grassed the street, right? And they had a children's play area, they had sandpits, everything. And I think it was David Rappaport, you know, the guy who was in Time Bandits, the actor. He was made foreign minister. And he used to charge 50 quid for for a guided tour for media visitors. And you, congratulations, my
Lovely.
friend.
Absolutely.
Congratulations.
Before you play the song, I wanted to say the reason I did pick this in the end is because you said in the show we did 2 weeks ago, back when you were allowed to perform, you said that Christmas should be as big and as ridiculous and blingy and over the top. It should be like drag. It shouldn't be sweet or tidy. And so this
tidiness is bourgeois.
Exactly. This song.
Look at Elvis.
So this song is, as far as I think, this is the goth equivalent of the kind of ridiculous overblownness of Christmas, but sort of for a kind of sort of black metal world.
Let's play it, and I love you both.
Okay. Happy Christmas.
Happy Christmas. With us now on our cavalcade of glory as we whiz through Christmas Eve, and we're going to hit Christmas. I thought we've massively overrun, so if you're still with us, thank you ever so much. It is like a proper benefit. We've got Robin Ince in the waiting room, so that's always the sign of a good benefit, and we've massively overrun. With us, though, is Shazia. Hiya.
Hi, Mark. Hi. I'm so happy to be making eye contact with someone in my underwear. Honestly, I have not worn a bra for 9 months. My breasts have been self-isolating. But I put a bra on specially because I knew I was going to be talking to you and I had to make myself decent.
And decent you have made yourself.
I have. But
I love your jacket.
Oh, thank you. I mean, I'm in Birmingham at my parents' house, so everything is outdated. I think that Liberace actually died in this jacket.
Oh, please, God.
But you know what's brilliant about doing this Zoom business is you don't really have to get changed.
You're in your gym jams. Brilliant.
Oh, it's all smoke and mirrors, and it has been for 9 months.
Oh, God bless you. But your wallpaper really is something else, and I love that very much.
I'm sorry, Mark, it's not my wallpaper. It's my parents' wallpaper. And it is...
But if you're good, they'll leave it to you.
Yes, that's right. But the thing is, Mark, it's kind of serial killer wallpaper, because every time I've watched a documentary recently on serial killers, they've got this kind of wallpaper. It's really weird. But the funny thing is...
Does that mean you're just appearing on the show tonight as an alibi?
I am. I didn't do it. But the thing is, I think there was only ever one role for sale. Because, look, it didn't extend to the following wall.
Your parents foresaw the advent of Zoom.
Not only that, Mark, but for some reason, the entire house is covered in bags of chapati flour and basmati rice. Every room has got chapati flour and basmati rice. Asian people have been preparing for this pandemic since 1976. They have not left the house, my parents. They've got everything here.
I have to tell you, my mum, who is 85, also, seriously, at the beginning of the lockdown, I just thought, I'm going to do a stock take to make sure that she's got everything that she needs. And it was like, Jesus Christ, I counted 38 packets of chocolate biscuits in the cupboard. I'm just like, Mum, you could kill you could kill sort of the Mo Farah with this stuff. You could take him out. But anyway, the point being is, I think it's of that generation. It's that generation that just go keep everything together. We got the worst might happen.
They've been through hard times, way worse than us, and they know how to survive and they know how to prepare.
They do, and that's why I think stick with them.
Yes, stick with them, even if it's for the inheritance.
So listen, tell me, what are your song choices?
So my song choices, the first one is, it's from Love Unlimited. I've never actually heard of this group, but this song was also done by Barry White, Steps, and the thing is, it's called It May Be Winter Outside, but in My Heart It's Spring. And when I was growing up, you know, because we're Muslim, we don't really, well, we do celebrate Christmas. We celebrate all the holidays. We celebrate all the Jewish holidays, all the Irish holidays, all the Muslim holidays. We just loved to integrate. And it was always grim outside. It was always snowing and dark this time of year. But in the house, it was so much fun. We always had a Christmas tree. We had an angel at the top, which we coloured its face in brown. And we always used to give presents and, you know, just have so much fun. And because it's not really our holiday, it was like we were invading someone's holiday and having a really great time off it. And I haven't heard this song for a long time, but I thought about it the other day because it is grim outside, not just because it's dark and the weather, because of the mood and the time that we're living in. it's really difficult and grim and unpredictable. But, you know, there can still be spring inside of you, inside of the house. And just like, don't give up, you know, let it be spring in your heart, stay positive, look forward. You know, spring will come. Regardless
In fact,
of
spring has come on your wallpaper.
Mark, it's been springing here. I mean, for the past 30 years. I mean, but the thing is, spring will come. Nature evolves, and there will be spring, and there will be summer, and there will be winter again. And we mustn't just stop ourselves here and just be in the winter and just think that this is it. You know, look forward.
Do you know, I can't think of a better introduction. Let's play that. Shazia,
Hello.
second song. What's it going to be?
My second song is Brian Ferry, Don't Stop the Dance. I love Brian Ferry. I saw him a few years ago at Glastonbury and he was fantastic, classy, gentleman, sexy, deep, moving songs. And, you know, at this time of year, I listen to him a lot, but last Christmas, I was in Paris doing a gig and they were playing this in the background. And I just here, and now I'm in Birmingham, surrounded by chapati flour and 1960s wallpaper on my own with my elderly parents. And I thought, I cannot believe how 1 year, what a big difference this 1 year has made in everybody's life from that to this. And I was just thinking about him the other day, Don't Stop the Dance. And you know what, in his song, he does say, you know, you're drifting through a world that's torn and tattered. Every thought don't mean a thing. And I know that there's a lot of people this Christmas on their own, overthinking, thinking by themselves. And you have to remember that every thought, it doesn't mean a thing, because when you get out there and you be with people again, everything will change. You'll think differently, you'll feel differently, and you will be happier. And all these thoughts that are going around, whatever you're thinking, it's probably wrong. So don't stop the dance, you know, don't stop living, don't stop dancing. You know, when all this is over, we will be able to dance again.
What I love is you've also got the jacket for that title. That is a dancing jacket you've got.
It is, and it is a kind of Brian Ferry jacket.
It is, it's a bit Roxy, isn't it?
And also, Mark, the last live gig that I saw before we went down into lockdown in March was Brian Ferry at the Royal Albert Hall on the 13th of March. That was the last live gig that I saw. And on the 20th of March, 7 days later, there was a lockdown. And I just remember that being with hundreds of people with music and atmosphere. I never knew at the time this would be the last time till whenever.
Again, a fantastic introduction. Listen, we're going to play that song, but thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
Happy Christmas.
And
It's
you.
a delight to see you.
And you. Bye.
Robin Ince.
You haven't said it yet, but it has been now for 8 minutes. Happy Christmas, everyone. It is Christmas Day.
It is Christmas Day.
And the
I
lovely
missed.
thing is, I've looked at your running order, and you're still going to be on for Boxing Day as well. No one's going to be lonely with your show, are they?
Happy Christmas, everybody. How are you, my lovely man? Look at you.
I'm good. I was just. I've got a lot of bones to pick with you, but before we pick the bones, right, which is a lot of people very wrong about Paul McCartney, a lot of people extremely wrong about Bing Crosby and David Bowie, but. Jen was telling that lovely story of being on Loose Ends, and I just have to say my favourite one, because there's been some lovely kind of soul tracks being played. I was on Loose Ends with Martha Reeves and with John Hegley. And John is, I love John. John is such a great human being. And John did his lovely song about his French grandmother, Grand-mère. And he said to Martha Reeves, and if you could just do the backing singing. And so there was John singing Grand-mère and Martha Reeves doing the backing Grand-mère each time. And I remember us at the pub afterwards, and John and me basically going, that's why I went into showbiz. Every now and again, one of the greatest legends of soul is your backing singer for a
That
poet.
is genius. That is absolute genius. Do you remember there was a man who used to run clubs in Streatham, and he also used to do a bit of PR for a nightclub in Streatham called Caesars,
right.
And he used to. And I remember him phoning me up one night, and he just went, "Listen, Mark, you got to get down to Caesars. It was a special night." I said, he said, "Yeah, you got to get down to Caesars." I said, "Why?" He said, "We got Pip." I said, "Why?" He said, "We got Pip." I said, "What the fuck are you talking?" He said, "Gladys Knight and the Pips. We got Pip." They had a Pip on. I said, "Which one?" He said, "It don't matter."
The idea of making a soul version of Charles Dickens' Great Expectations, Gladys Knight and the Pip, I think. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it might be after midnight, but the puns are still in my head. That's how long I wrote for Radio 4.
So listen, tell me your songs.
I will. I just want to mention one other thing. The T-shirt I'm wearing today, T-shirt for the brilliant band Hefner, who are not one of my songs, but I love Darren Hayman's work. The reason I'm wearing this is because yesterday, well, now actually the day before yesterday, it was my son's 13th birthday. And this was the T-shirt he spent the first 2 hours of his life under, because after he was born, I had to pop him on my tummy, as you know, that thing. And this was the T-shirt that I had on. I just wanted to mention that.
That's absolutely gorgeous.
Now, the songs, it was hard. It was a tough one because I was lucky because I was quite late in getting back to you and no one had chosen these, which means that they might be terrible and no one likes them. This might be the reason that people were not chomping at the bit. Badil, by the way, utterly lazy. Wizard and Slade in the first 10 minutes, preposterous. But I would...
is it just getting the early favourites out of the running?
Yeah, I don't know.
Tell us what you've gone for, Robin. Come on.
Like a sloppy selection to me. I've been Mark Steele, very good selection, but I did think he slouched in his chair.
That might have been alcohol, to be honest.
Yeah. There was great, because I had to watch that bit in silence, and there's that lovely bit where you see Mark, and he's just sitting like that, and suddenly Mark's doing his kind of angry voice. He's going, "There's a bloke who's just doing that." And I love those little moments where Mark suddenly remembers something very Virgin Trains, bloody ridiculous. Anyway, I've picked Bell. The reason is, Mark, you've made me stay up, so don't think I'm going to start running to time. I've picked Bell and Sebastian, their version of "O Come, O Come, Emmanuel," just because I think as a I don't know if it's really a hymn. I suppose it's not necessarily a hymn, but I think, I'm not a believer, but I think this particular piece of work about people in bondage, people looking for hope, and a lot of the things which are sometimes attached to why people have some of the beliefs they have, that hope of freedom. And I think also it has a certain...
It's almost like an incantation, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it... And
O come, Emmanuel.
Sorry, Mark.
Oh, well, it is. It's O come, Emmanuel.
Yeah. And I think it's... And it has a William Blake quality to it as well, I think. It has that...
I'd go with that. I'm going to go with that.
So that was, and I also think Bell and Sebastian create the most, beautiful, ethereal, kind of almost uncanny. There's a lovely film called Days of Bagnall's Summer, which if you've not seen it yet, Monica Dolan, who's fantastic, and Earl Cave, who's Nick Cave's son, playing the grumpy goth metal teenager, and they do the soundtrack for that. But I just find the quality that they always create something that is both haunting and beautiful. And when Tiger Milk came out, what an incredible debut album that was, made for £1,000 with just so many different sounds on it. And so I find this very, very beautiful. And I think, as you mentioning before about belief or not belief, you know, if a song is, I think Nick Doody used to have that great line about saying, I don't have to actually believe there really is a yellow submarine. And I think that's true as well of some kind of, you know, some religious song. It doesn't matter that you don't think the story is verbatim true. It can still be a beautiful story, well told, with a fantastic tune.
Well, let's play that. That sounds a brilliant introduction.
O come, Emmanuel, and ransom captive Israel that mourns in lonely exile here, until the Son of God appears. Rejoice, rejoice, Emmanuel shall come to thee, O Israel. O come, thou Lord of might, who to thy tribes on Sinai's height in ancient times didst give the law, in cloud and majesty and awe. Rejoice, rejoice, Emmanuel shall come to thee, O Israel.
The days become and cheer our spirits by thine advent here. Disperse the gloomy clouds of night, and as dark shadows put to flight. Rejoice, rejoice, Emmanuel shall come to thee, O Israel. Son of God appeared. Rejoice, rejoice, Emmanuel shall come to thee, O Israel.
You join us here on this lovely Christmas Day morn with my lovely chum Robin Ince, whose choice that was for Belle and Sebastian. And Robin, let's move swiftly to the second choice.
Right, the second choice, there's a few reasons. That, 'cause in one way, what I would have chosen was David Soul's Let's Spend a Quiet Night In, which is not officially a Christmas song, but as my mum played it 30 times when I was 9 years old, when we were all trying to sleep, and she'd obviously fallen in love with that. And we just, let's spend a quiet night in
Let's spend a quiet night in together.
Yeah.
Is that the one?
Yeah, it just was on, because it was the two beautiful things. There was that, or it was King's Carols. You know, that was the beautiful
How
thing.
things have changed. How things have changed. Back then, this was what, 70s? This would be somewhere in the early 70s. Then people in detective crime shows could actually have a career in in music and would make this beautiful music, couldn't they?
Well, you know how he started.
And now we have Lawrence Fox.
That is, I've got to admit that I'm quite addicted to that him singing on the Jeremy Vine show, because it's very similar to Mike Reed's UKIP Calypso. There's just that, and he's now reached that point where I'm a big fan of Lewis, because Kevin Whately is a very good man and a lovely man, but that Lawrence Fox thing, it's gone on too long now. And
I think there's something really interesting about watching him sing, because it's like, if you listen to sort of someone, say Kurt Cobain, there's a lovely thing about listening to Kurt Cobain, which is that you never know, you feel that he might not make it across the tightrope of the song. When you listen to his voice, you don't quite know whether he's going to get it across. And when you listen to Lawrence Fox, you find yourself hoping he won't. Do you know what I mean? There's that sense of, oh my God, you're failing, and I love it. Fall more.
Yeah, you just look and you go, those backing singers are doing a lot of heavy lifting, aren't they?
Do you know what? So much heavy lifting, so much heavy lifting, and so it's like he is obviously someone who really likes Leonard Cohen and thinks that they can get away. You know, they came for the laughter. Oh, they did, and they gave it out. Thank you.
Shall I say my song? Sorry.
Yes, please.
Well, I've picked Sufjan Stevens for a couple of reasons. One is a story that I might have told you before, which is Charlotte Church, who of course we did that lovely gig for Barry Crimmins and Helen Crimmins with.
Yeah, we did.
3 years ago, and that was a lovely night. And about the year before I went to see Sufjan Stevens, and Charlotte was there as well. This was the End of the Road festival. And, she was just drinking gin and orange out of a bottle and kind of sharing it. And it was all very nice. Isn't that weird? You immediately go, you shared a drink in a bottle, all of this kind of things that feel very alien now, don't they? And there was this beautiful bit. She sang along to all of his songs, as many people did. And eventually one bloke just turned to her and went, "You've got a nice voice." And she just went, "Thanks very much." And then you could just see him going, "Oh, that's Charlotte Church." So it was such a nice thing, and she's another great kind of activist and very humane, wonderful person. And so I decided to pick a Sufjan Stevens song, also because, as has been mentioned by a few people, Denise and others this evening, for Christmas for some people is not a joyous time and is a tricky time. And this song, That Was the Worst Christmas Ever, which is as beautiful as any of his work, but there's real pain in it. But there's a line which gets repeated, which is, "Can you be what you want? Can you be what you want?" And I think that, to me, is one of those things that for so many people, and, things like Josie with her Arts Emergency, can you be what you want? Well, there are people out there, and with some of the things, the charities that you're supporting tonight with this show and all those things, part of the journey to that is hopefully eventually people get to the point, and they get to some point of having power over themselves and over the world that they're in, to be what
some
they
agency
want.
In their life.
Yeah, and that's what I love about this song, is that those two lines. Can you be what you want? Can you be what you want?
Let's play it.
Happy Christmas.
Shoveling snow in the driveway. sister runs away, taking her books to the schoolyard, schoolyard. In time the snow will rise, in time the snow will rise. In time the Lord will rise, in time the Lord will rise.
Ian.
Yeah.
Hello, this is Ian Shaw, everyone.
Hello.
Let me, you actually look like, because of the lighting, you look like your CCTV image. So,
Hang on. I've got a nephew here with some sort of clever little side lighting. Hang on, bring it in, love. That's it. How's that? That's good, surely. That's it, isn't it?
well, it can't, you now look like you're in police camera action and you're being interviewed by the side of the car.
Just the one phone call, Governor. Just the one phone call.
So happy Christmas to you.
You too, Squelch.
So listen, my darling, I've not been called that before, I don't think, but I'm happy to be called Squelch. Let me ask you. We're going to jump straight in because we're so massively overrunning.
You are.
First song.
No, not a clue. I chose 3, right? You
You
told me.
chose Joni Mitchell. Do you remember?
Come on, right. It's coming on Christmas. They're putting up, what is it? They're putting up reindeer. When I was a kid, when I heard they're putting up reindeer, I thought it was, come on, Dasher, you can go in the cousin's room. You can sleep on the sofa. They were chopping their heads off and putting them up on the wall. But I remember going to Flint Library. I'm in North Wales at the moment with my family. I did a midnight flit. I felt dystopian and kind of like a fugitive, but I just did it on Saturday. And round the corner is Flint, which is where I grew up, which has got 2 Fs, Flint. And I used to borrow records from the library. And I remember borrowing Hunky Dory, and then a week later borrowing Joni Mitchell's Blue. And I thought it was David Bowie because of the razor cheekbones. And then it was this kind of ethereal sort of weird soprano. And I didn't like it at all. And then my dad said, oh, look, all the lyrics are in the gatefold sleeve. And I read the lyrics and it completely altered the whole course of my life. And this song, River, you know, it's coming on Christmas. They're cutting down trees. They're putting up reindeer and singing songs of, and I wish I had a river I could skate away on. I made my baby cry. I made my baby say goodbye. It's the most beautiful song about regret and remorse, and I'm really sorry, I really messed up, I won't do it again. It's a beautiful song. So River is my first choice by Joni Mitchell.
Do you know what? I'm completely with you on this. Joni Mitchell is one of these people who, as a writer and a performer, is in a league of her own.
Yeah.
She really genuinely is. And I know you adore her because I've seen your show.
Well, another reason I chose this was I remember an Edinburgh show that I did of Joni Mitchell songs a couple of years back, and you were in the audience, and you sneaky little Squelch, you didn't tell me you were there, and at the end I saw you, and you had tears streaming down your face, and I gave you a hug, and you.
It was gorgeous. It was the most gorgeous gig. It really was the most gorgeous gig.
Thank you.
Let's have the song. Let's have Joni Mitchell.
It's coming on Christmas. They're cutting down trees. They're putting up reindeer and singing songs of joy and peace. Oh, I wish I had a river I could skate away on. But it don't snow here. It stays pretty green. I'm gonna make a lot of money, then I'm gonna quit this crazy scene. I wish I had a river I could skate away on. I wish I had a river so long I would teach my feet to fly. Oh, I wish I had a river I could skate away on. I made my baby cry. He tried hard to help me, you know. He put me at ease, and he loved me so. Not he made me weak in the knees. Oh, I wish I had a river I could skate away on. I'm so hard to handle. I'm selfish and I'm sad. Now I gone and lost the best baby that I ever had. Oh, I wish I had a river I could skate away on. I wish I had a river so long I would teach my feet to fly. Oh, I wish I had a river I could skate away on. I made my baby say goodbye. It's coming on Christmas. They're cutting down trees. They're putting up reindeer, singing songs of joy and peace. I wish I had a river I could skate away on.
I could drink a box of. So, the lovely Joni Mitchell and the lovely Ian Shaw. So, Ian, what's
Hello.
your second choice?
It is a brand new spanking song. No, a spanking brand
Do you
new
know,
song.
that sounded fantastic. It's a brand new spanking song. We've been playing it down the club. So absolutely, but it's gone down a whiz. It really has.
It's ever so popular with the community in Prestatyn, which is where I am. It's Catherine Williams, and it's a song that she co-wrote with, well, Carol Ann Duffy wrote the words. I love Catherine Williams. I've loved her since Little Black Number, which was nominated for a Mercury Award. She's just gorgeous, and she's got like a bakey warmth to her voice. She's from Liverpool. She's dead normal, egg and chips. She's gorgeous. I love her so much. And I did this thing at the QEH called 100 Years of British Song for the PRS, and she came and sang May You Never by John Martin, and she stole the whole show. She's so simple and minimalist and beautiful and right from the heart. And
that's a great song to do as well. And but it's also not an easy one to get an original take on it.
Yeah, there's a beautiful image in it, and the wheelbarrow looked like a manger, and it just made things like that make me cry. And things like I could hear my father calling. It's just one of those songs that you think, yeah, girl, I'm there, I'm right there with you. I love her. I love Carol Ann Duffy as well. I think she's been kind of she's almost been sort of sugarized, really, but her beautiful kind of common touch, her beautiful poetry it's got this kind of incredible kind of directness to it. But together, I think they're perfect, really. Catherine Williams, yeah, love her.
Let's play that.
I could hear my mother calling from the house of cooking smells and light, in the garden where the snow all day had fallen, where I waited for that Christmas night. And the wheelbarrow looked like a manger, and the bushes looked like kneeling kings. My arms outstretched were wings as I let go, and I fell and made an angel in the snow. Snow angel, the snow angel, my father calling from the house of love and candlelight, and in the garden where the snow all day had fallen, where I waited for that Christmas night. And the garden looked like a stable, and an aeroplane looked like a star. My arms were outstretched wings as I let go, and I fell and made an angel in the snow. Snow angel, snow angel,
With us now is Omid Jalali. Omid, how are you?
What time do you call this? I've been waiting in the waiting room. I've been in the green room and by the way, the green room is my own house. So if I have a go,
That's your house.
It's my own house.
I thought because we've been debating whether you're auditioning for Strictly and whether you've actually got a dance studio. You know that.
Well, you look like you're in a care home, and any minute they're going to say, Mark, you need to take your medication, go back to your room with the body of Lenin.
Well, you look like you've been locked in an IKEA storeroom.
It does look. I've been on so late. My family made me go upstairs. I'm in the attic because I was waiting. So they're all in bed now.
Listen, they've let you go in the attic. They've sent you to the attic. You think you're coming down tomorrow? You're not coming out of there. That's where you're staying from now on.
I love this. It's meant to be Christmas. You put all the you think all the muzzies go on about nearly 1 o'clock in the morning. I love that.
Well, it's because all the muzzies didn't get back to me in time. The Jews and the Christians, they were in there like that.
Me and Imran, we have to change our agent. Both of us are represented by Abu Hamza al-Masri. Now, extradition. I'm extradited to America. I can't do much for you guys.
do you realise you've now just got me reported to the prevent strategy? You do realise that?
It's great to be here. Look, I don't want to keep him too long, but thank you. And by the way, the older you get, Mark, I don't know if anyone knows, you're looking more and more like this is like, it'll be all right on the night with Dennis Norden. That's what you're looking like now.
Are you one of those people?
That's it. I knew you'd run with it. Well done.
Well, maybe I'll get some gigs. I'm very happy to present clip shows.
Well, I'll tell you what, we're all here because of you. And there's always, if people don't know, Mark Thomas has done a number on all of us, because what he used to do is come up to us in the Comedy Store, come really close and said, I need you for a benefit night. We need you. And we all feel so guilty. We'd have to do a benefit. So we're all here because he's pressurized us. He's pressurized, and I love him so much. It's 20 to 1 in the morning. 20 to 1.
It is 20 to 1. Of course it's 20, but it's a benefit and it's going to overrun. That's how it works.
It's brilliant. I love the spirit. It's fantastic.
I mean, when have we ever done a show that stuck to time? I mean, seriously.
Never. Ever.
And so I want to thank you for being part of that clock shifting. So listen, tell me your songs, my darling man.
Well, the first song, I was thinking about this a lot because I was gonna pick Cliff Richard's song, the Millennium song where he sings the Lord's Prayer to Auld Lang Syne. But at the same year, I'd actually released my Christmas song, which was singing some of the verses of the Quran to Black Lace's Agadoo. And I felt that was a bit of a clash. And it was something that
I felt that he actually was very much guilty of plagiarism on that point.
Totally, and it's unbelievable. I mean, if I did a Quranic version of that to Agadoo, it would be unbelievable. Yalla klak, ya subhan, ya wallah la mish mumkin. It would be ridiculous. So I was going to do that, and then I thought.
Can I just say, I've the great singer Firuz.
Firuz, yes, of course.
Yeah. Who is the Arab, and she's stunning, and that.
That's amazing. They're all so beautiful. All those singers.
She did Christmas carols. She's got an album of Christmas carols,
wow,
which are quite the most divine thing.
Well, this is a man who eats camel now. You're eating camel. I love that. Camel burgers. I saw that with Badil. How did that happen? Why are you eating camel? This is ridiculous.
I kind of like traditions, but I also think we ought to invent our own ones. So, but also it's because I was vegetarian for years, and because I ended up in the Algerian desert in the Polisario refugee camps, which are the people of Western Sahara who were invaded by Morocco in 1974 and fled. There's 250,000 people who still live in refugee camps in the Algerian desert. And years ago, I was making some programs and stuff about it, and I was out in the desert, and we're staying with refugees, so we're staying in people's tents, and there's like 250,000 people. It's a city of refugees in a desert. Do you know what I mean? And because they had guests, they got given the best food that they were going to get all year to look after us, because we were visitors, and they got given camel meat. And they served up these camel kebabs, and the kids had been shooed away, right? The kids had that you can feel that international language of kid going, yeah, and the mum going, wait till our guests. And I realized that I couldn't reject this. I couldn't say no. I'd been a vegetarian for 19 years.
And how did it taste? Was it nice?
It was delicious.
Wow. Which part of the camel is it?
It wasn't the hump. The hump is considered a delicacy because it is the fattier part of the animal. So I think I've got flanks.
What's that?
The leg,
Oh, wow.
bits of leg. I've got a leg of camel. You know, as soon as I say it, it sounds slightly more Del Boy than I envisaged it. I envisaged this kind of like exotic thing, but also because I think, you know, because I think it's nice to try different things.
Well, it's fantastic, fantastic, and that's why I'm doing this, because even thinking about a song, a Christmas song, I'll tell you what it is actually, because it's the Christa Berg song, which is a spaceman came traveling. I'm this is actually Ipswich. I'm living in Suffolk right now, in Ipswich, because I have so little money. I have a daytime quiz show, and I've just been told we got a second series, so I've got so little money now. I'm going to be moving to Lowestoft, and basically that's how bad my life has got. I mean, I've left London.
Mate, you can't move to Lowestoft. My uncle and aunts come from Lowestoft. Seriously, you know what it's like. There's a place where the poshest car in the street is going to be the hearse. Know what that place is like.
Going that way, but I tell you this: I mean, around Ipswich, I kept hearing this song by Kristen, you know, la 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 la, and I kind of recognized it because I thought it was one of those cool 60s songs. Like, do you remember that song, In the Year 2525? And it goes up an octave, In the Year 3535, and it was by these one-hit wonders who to this day are the only people both sides of the Atlantic who've only had one hit. It went to #1 during the moon landing, and it was about how in the future mankind, by the year 3535, there's no use for your teeth. By the time 5555, that we have test tube babies and marriage is obsolete. By the year 7575, the second coming has already happened. By the year 10,000, mankind is extinct. So it was one of those kind of spiritual, futuristic songs. And I thought that was the same with this. Then I found it's Krista Berg. It's a Krista Berg song, which put me off because he's ruined women in red dresses forever. Like, that used to be sexy, like Lady in Red. And now when you see a woman in a red dress, you think, this is Krista Berg.
It's also Fergie's favourite song.
Yeah, I know. You just think it. But then when you look at the lyrics to what he's talking about, it's about a spaceman arriving in Bethlehem when Jesus is born. And what they see is what they think is the angel Gabriel, but it's actually a spaceman saying, this is the interesting bit, it's a spaceman saying, we bring you a message of peace, of goodwill, and in 2,000 years' time, he will come back. Now, it's very interesting to me because you've got all these atheists on this thing, and I'm the only one who believes in Jesus. I don't know if you know this, Mark, I'm a Baha'i.
I do know that.
Yeah, I'm a Baha'i, and the Baha'is believe that all the religions are different chapters of the same book. So Jesus is definitely what you call, we can't even call it God. It's an unknowable essence, has sent down all these prophets all around the world. They're all interconnected. But one day one will come that will unite the whole world. And the Baha'is believe that that is their prophet, Baha'u'llah, which means the glory of God. And it's just what Jesus says, I shall come in the glory of the Father. So then I put the brakes on this song because I thought, I was going to tell you, this song is a piece of shit. I can't stand it. But then I thought, wow, he's actually read Krista Berg, some kind of Eric von Daniken book, and he thinks it's like some kind of spaceman thing. But actually, it could well be that we are all interconnected with some, different species. And actually, we are all one, not just in the world, but intergalactically. So I would love everyone to listen to this song themselves and judge for yourselves. Either it's a piece of shit or it's a bit of genius. I kind of feel it's Krista Berg and it's a piece of shit, but it also clicks in with a lot of my belief systems. So that's the first song, Krista Berg.
You are one of the loveliest men ever.
A spaceman came traveling on his ship from afar. 'Twas light years of time since his mission did start, and over a village he halted his craft, and it hung in the sky like a star, just like a star. He followed a light and came down to a shed where a mother and child were lying there on a bed. A bright light of silver shone round his head, and he had the face of an angel, and they were afraid. Then the stranger spoke. He said, "Do not fear. I come from a planet a long way from here, and I bring a message for mankind to hear." Suddenly the sweetest music filled the air, and it went la 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 peace and goodwill to all men, and love for the child. This lovely music went trembling through the ground, and many were wakened on hearing that sound. And travelers on the road, the village they found by the light of that ship in the sky, which shone all around. And just before dawn, at the paling of the sky, the stranger returned and said, "Now I must fly. When 2,000 years of your time has gone by, this song will begin once again to a baby's cry." Once again to a baby's cry. And it goes la 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 la. Peace and goodwill to all. Love for the child. Oh, the whole world is waiting. Waiting to hear the song again. There are thousands standing on the edge of the world, and a star is moving somewhere. The time is nearly here. The song will begin once again to a baby's cry.
Okay, Imran's gone.
Here we are. Now,
back, baby.
What did you think then? Piece of shit or genius?
I don't know. It's whatever you say. It does have a catchy tune, and I think because he was influenced by Eric von Daniken, and I'm not a huge Eric von Daniken fan. I would say leave it, but he's onto something. That's all I'll say about it.
Do you know, I always remember picking up those Eric von Daniken books in second-hand shops and going, "Oh,
Everyone
this
had
no."
Everyone had them.
You know, it's
I think it's next
oh,
to
look,
Dianetics.
something. Oh, no.
It's always next to Dianetics as well. The whole Scientology thing as well.
Okay, second song.
Second song. Now you had the wonderful Barb Younger on, and she was trying to do "In the Bleak Midwinter," but I think you played some kind of drinking song instead of it.
I know. I'm sorry about that. Chris is going to be disciplined tomorrow over this. The techno elf.
I do apologise.
That's my next choice. "In the Bleak Midwinter," only because we are now in a bleak midwinter. Barb said all the right things about the song, which was wonderful. Snow upon snow. It's moving lyrics, but it's also it's connected to what you're doing tonight, Mark, which I think is excellent. Even though in the bleak midwinter, there's COVID, we're all locked down, Christmas is cancelled. But there are people like you. I'd like to stand up for our community, which is the comedy community. People like you are putting this on. We're joy givers, and you'll never stop us. And if you look all around us, Bill Bailey won Strictly Come Dancing, and I'm not sure if everyone watched him, but he was absolutely joyous, and he tried to be a dancer. He didn't want to be the comedy fall guy. He tried to be a great dancer, and he won that on merit through artistic taste, through great movement. He became a dancer, and he was actually crying at the end, saying to Oti, "You saw something in me that I didn't think I had." It was this joy, and he's become like a young man. He's lost weight. So we have to say thank you to the comedians. And also, we're on the verge of having another comedy Christmas #1, which I'm sure you all know, Cunt and the Gang with the K. I'd never heard of them. So I went online to see their song, and it's a very abusive song about Boris Johnson, but I just put in...
There is no other kind of song about him. You know that, don't you? You can't have a song in praise of Boris Johnson. It's actually physically impossible. It's against the laws of physics.
But to be repeating obscenities about him, it could be the Christmas. It's only a 56-second song. But the amazing thing about that, Mark, is that I Googled it, and I put in Cunt and the Gang Christmas. And you know what I got? I got a picture of you in a Santa hat. And I don't know how that happened. I don't know how that happened. But my final choice, I'll say goodbye. My final choice.
Can I just say that was beautifully played?
Beautifully set up, thank you.
Oh, mate, I was just...
In the bleak midwinter, to say thank you to people like you and all comedians and all the people who continue to do gigs. I've been doing gigs where the whole audience have to wear visors, and it looks like it's a welding and soldering conference. I've done drive-in gigs where people have got out the car and they've attached a hose pipe to the exhaust and fed it through the window and then shut the door. I mean, they've been doing suicide gags, and actually this is what keeps us going, and this is what is the joy givers. So keep doing what you're doing, Mark.
You're a gorgeous human being. So let's play your second song, In the Bleak Midwinter. Happy Christmas, my lovely man.
Christmas, guys. Thank you. Bye-bye. Cheers.
In the bleak midwinter, long, long ago, earth stood hard as iron, water like a stone. Snow had fallen, snow on snow, snow on snow. In the bleak midwinter, a long, long time ago. Shepherd
Our
Well,
final
now-
guest tonight. It's you, my lovely man. How are
It is.
you?
It's me. I'm alive and I'm awake. I'm excited. I'm the last person.
You are
right at the end of the bill.
So, Imran Youssef, welcome.
Thank you.
As Ahmed said, we left all the Muslims to the end, and we had a Christian sandwich. We started with the Jews, we got the Muslims at the end, we had the Christians in the middle.
It's worked out quite well.
So, listen, show me your jumper. Show me your jumper. You have to show off.
Sonic the Hedgehog Christmas jumper.
Man, look at you. That's
It's
a
nice and
remarkable
warm.
thing.
Yeah.
So listen, what's your
I
musical
love it.
choices?
Musical choices. Yes, I submit. So my first song, the first song I wanted to put in was Band Aid, Do They Know It's Christmas from 1984, if that's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, I chose that. I think because I was 4 or 5 years old when that came out, and that was my first experience of learning that I lived in a world where there were people who were really hungry and had nothing, and there was us over here who had a lot and had the ability to help, and we're going to do that. And there was this guy called Bob Geldof, and he was kind of spearheading the whole campaign. And that was my the first time, I think, the first memory I have of going, oh, look, people who are suffering, people who can help, and we should help them because it's just the right thing to do. And I think now, even though the song is, we've taken the piss out of the song, the lyrics, I know that I've done in material that I've written many years ago. But what I found is that what an amazing thing can happen when enough people care about things that are important, what can be mobilized, and so very quickly as well. And it just made me realize, well, what other problems could we solve if we applied that again? And I think that song will forever remind us of our potential, collective potential, to actually change the world.
I think that, do you know what? I was fully prepared to have a kind of right, he's chosen this one. Let's start with the Do They Know It's Christmas? Of course they know it's bloody Christmas. What do you think they are, you bloody ignoramus? Do they know about it? Of course they are.
Yeah.
There's bits of me that just are enraged at that. But actually, you've put forward a really good reason for why we should, why it matters for you, why it's an important song for you. The idea that actually, and also for me, there's an interesting thing with it. Now you mention it, which is that actual art can change things.
Yes,
when
absolutely.
you actually put it like that, yeah, there is the art can change things. You could argue that structurally it hasn't structurally has it changed things? Has it affected the underpinnings of the way in which debt was accrued, the way in which famine took place, the mitigating factors that could have happened to alleviate it earlier. But I'm going to go with that. And also, part of me feels that we couldn't have a Christmas show without it.
Yeah, I mean, it's so iconic, and it's the earliest and the very first memory I've got of something incredible happening. It felt like the whole world stopped for this issue. And I think since then, even though there's been a lot of criticisms around, the aftermath and, like you say, the underpinnings of what causes these problems, we've now learned from that. We've been able to reflect on that and go, right, well, how can we make this better? How can we do this again? I look at all the problems in the world, and there are so many especially if the art world, the world of comedians and musicians and actors and all that, you have an incredible opportunity, you have an incredible platform, an incredible ability to impress upon a lot of people to do the right thing. And we live in a world where there's no one needs to starve. We've got enough, we've got the tools and we've got the resources to feed everybody. Surely we've got that, and nobody should be going starving. And the fact that it was the artistic community that came together
and a footballer
to make a point about it.
I have to say, I think that, a footballer has campaigned against child poverty, and you just think, salute.
Phenomenal.
That's a magical and wonderful thing. And also just to manage to drag the issue of child holiday hunger into the public spotlight is
and
an
that
amazing
was,
thing.
it's incredible. He's so young as well. I just think about when I was his age. I don't think I was that politically aware or inclined.
But you know, when he was, there was I saw a lovely picture when they were playing Manchester United, were playing, I think it was playing Everton. They had all the fans had done "Thank you, Marcus Rashford," for about our kids, which is a pretty amazing thing.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think any person who has, you know, if you've got any ounce of celebrity to you, you've got an ability to really change the world. You know, all of us have got the ability to do something. And, you know, whether you're small time or big time, you can tell at least one other person or maybe 10 other people and go, this is really important and you should care about it, because perhaps
ambassadors for change, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think when we realize that, all it takes is for us to care about each other. And I think this is, I've also learned this obviously from you, Mark, as well, watching.
Mate, you can't be saying this.
Learning about your work and how I've got your books up on my shelf right there, right? And so, you know, to see how much you care about people who aren't from your background, who aren't your color, your skin, who've got nothing to do with any of the things that you're affiliated to, except the fact that they're humans. And you relate to them on that level and help others like us relate to other people, realize that the people over there in that country or the people there in that group, they're not alien to us. They might look different and sound different, but they suffer in the same way that we suffer when our hearts are broken or when we're hungry and we're scared. And the work that you've done, Mark, honestly, and I know there's people watching this, realize that, you know, you've helped change us. You know, I think I've become much more politically aware and engaged because I've learned about you and what you do. So, you know, you're part of that as well.
Seriously, if I'd known that you were going to say this, I would have given you a copy of the new book to hold up. No, don't. I did. You're so funny, man. Listen, let's play that first song.
It's Christmas time. There's no need to be afraid. At Christmas time, we let in light and we banish shade. And in our world of plenty, we can spread a smile of joy. Throw your arms around the world at Christmas time. But say a prayer, pray for the other ones. At Christmas time, it's
I'm gonna.
And with
There
that-
we are. Chris, your computer had a small techno fart. So, but thank you that we've recovered, because our final guest tonight, Imran Youssef, is with us, and you're going to pick the last song that we're going to play. I actually, can I just tell you, I had 4 songs in reserve in case we didn't have enough, which is ridiculous considering we're an hour and 40 minutes over.
This has been the ultimate overrunning. This is legendary overrunning.
It is an hour and 40 minutes overrun. Is pretty
Straight into
good.
Christmas Day.
I know. This was supposed to be a 3-hour gig. I thought I'll be on my feet for 3 hours. That'll be fine. 5 hours later, I'm now actually, Mark Watson, come at it. I'm ready for you. What is your last song? What's your song?
So the last song here is, I've heard it in quite a few movies. Most notably, I think it was in Home Alone, is Rocking Around the Christmas Tree. Rocking Around the Christmas Tree. And the reason I chose that, I think there are quite a few songs that are really quite jovial and get you quite excited about Christmas. And for some reason, that one stuck in my head. And I think because it's quite an American song as well, because of the movies that it's been portrayed in, it reminds me of the time that I lived in America and I was part of American culture. And for all of its sins and its evils that America does, there is a lot of good about American culture. And it reminds
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? They produced Howlin' Wolf. They produced Muddy Waters. They produced Miles Davis. They produced John Coltrane. They produced Charles Mingus. Sonic Youth, Velvet Underground, Andy Warhol.
Yeah, and
Frank
also
Capra, etc., John Steinbeck, da.
Yeah, well, great. That's a lot of musicians and author there that you've mentioned, and I don't think I can compete with that. But it's just the fact that I got to live there and go to an American school and be taught how to swing a baseball bat in a game of baseball by an American father who had been trained by his father. And so I have a deep affection for American culture because I remember it in a time before 9/11. After that, things have gotten really, really weird. But this song reminds me of an America that I was in love with and I really wanted to go and be part of.
But isn't that a lovely I mean, I think Frank Capra movies do that for me. Like It's a Wonderful Life, Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, those kind of things that talk about the American dream and about the hopes. Because actually there is an incredible culture in America. And that whole thing, bring me your poor, your weak, and it's like, oh, what a message to send out. It might not be in practice a thing of reality, but wow, it's an aspirational statement. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it is. And so it just it's very easy to kind of dump on America, especially in stand-up, and I've definitely done that during my career, but I always remind people I lived there. It was a huge part of my life, and there's a huge part of it that I still love, and I hope one day I can go back there and visit family and friends in the way that I did before things got a bit funny. But this song kind of reminds me of that America, and I hope when other people listen to it, it reminds them of an America when it was in a better place.
Well, look, let's say goodnight to you and thank you for that. And this is Rocking Around the Christmas Tree, and happy Christmas to you, my lovely friend.
Awesome. You too. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year.
Take good care.
Rocking around the Christmas tree at the Christmas party hop. Mistletoe hung where you can see every couple tries to stop. Rocking around the Christmas tree, let the Christmas spirit ring. Later we'll have some pumpkin pie and we'll do some caroling. You will get a sentimental feeling when you hear voices singing, let's be jolly, deck the halls with boughs of holly. Rocking around the Christmas tree, have a happy holiday. Everyone dancing merrily in the new old-fashioned way. holiday. Everyone dancing merrily in the new old-fashioned way.
Oh, hello everyone. It's Chris here. Mark just went to say hello to Tina, and there, Mark, we're back on again. Turns out rocking around the Christmas tree wasn't as long as you thought it was.
Oh, blimey, there we are. Am I back, Chris?
You are back live, yeah. I covered
Thank
for
you
a bit.
ever so much.
I did all right.
Oh, good. Did you have to pick up the pieces and say, "Oh, Mark's nipped off from it"?
I said
right at
exactly
the
that.
end of the show.
You've been here all night though, and that's the only time you weren't here.
Well, yeah, but you know, listen, it's the end of the show, so I just want to say thank you to everyone who has appeared on the show, and thank you for joining us, and thank you especially to you, Chris. Thank you, mate, because you know you
cheers,
spent
man.
your Christmas Eve patching us through to places and finding songs and helping us out. And as I've gradually inched the ironing board upon which this is all precariously balanced around the room so you can get a better view of St. Elvis.
So you can see a bit of Elvis.
But look, thank you ever so much. If there's anyone out there still watching, really thank you. Thank you for staying with us for the whole night. You know, we'll try and do this again next year. I've really enjoyed it, and thank you for doing it, and thank you for allowing me to do it. I'm not sure that the guests will stay on that late again. But what a lovely old time. And, you know, have a great Christmas, everybody. Really do, and look after each other, because we're the only ones who do. We have to look after each other because, you know, Johnson and Islam aren't going to do it, so we have to. And I think that's it's a good duty and privilege that we all have of looking after each other. So have a happy Christmas. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for every single person who has joined in and come along and spoken and played music and read plays and all of that. And yeah, that's it. Oh, and thanks to my mum as well. Thanks to my mum for doing her Christmas message. Thanks to my lovely neighbours for bringing in Lithuanian snacks. And thanks for Teen, and thanks to Chris. And is there anything I need to... Oh, yeah. If you've got any money, if you can bung it in the way of the Samaritans and Trussell Trust, that would be really great. I'll be back with Johnny and the Baptists tomorrow. We're doing a live show, and I'll be telling a Christmas story that will be really short. Happy Christmas, everyone.